Hola. Y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. And we're live again, just so you know.
I just had a really perilous, well, that's not the right word, but my Zoom completely, like I had to reboot everything.
Just in the nick of time. I'm going to stay off camera for the time being, just since we're live and I get self-conscious. So.
Do we have Lisa here as well? I see 4 people.
It's Hannah that just joined. Hi, welcome. Hopefully you can both hear me. Before you jump on, I just wanted to quickly make you aware that we are technically streaming live to YouTube right now. So no one's really watching us just yet, but I wanted to make you aware first and foremost that you know that we're on camera here. But welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
They're always watching. I was saying my one of my first jobs was at the Huffington Post, and I was the senior newsletter editor there, and there was a guy who blogged for the Huffington Post who would just watch streams all day. So I think he was one of the Simpsons voices.
Yeah. Wow.
So relatively famous guy. I'll have to find out. Anyway, thank you so much for doing this. Do you know that we've had 40,000 visits since Monday? So the numbers that you're going to see on the screen don't represent actually how big the audience is, because those are just people who are in the Zoom room. And then we have a much bigger audience who are on YouTube and are on other streaming platforms. So just something to keep in mind.
Thank you.
Do you want to quickly cover, Casey, just what they should expect in terms of the questions that'll come via the Q&A?
So, yes.
Or maybe just give the run of show in terms of, at just about at 11:59 basically is when the room's going to open up and we'll see people joining us. And then shortly after that, Catherine will take the floor to introduce both of you. And then after that, we will be sure to let all of the participants who are here know that if they want to ask questions, they can do so via the Q&A function that we have. But I'll let you jump in, Catherine, with some more detail there.
Well, my plan is to just briefly introduce the session, talk about housekeeping for 1 minute, and then Lisi and Maya can introduce themselves. So I will just read your names and give you a thank you. Lisi, there's you'll see that there's a Q&A. If you go to Q&A, you can open that and it'll show you the questions as they're streaming in. We're happy to chat them to you directly into your window, but it does get a little confusing with different windows. So if you want to just look at that question panel yourself, that might be easiest.
Yes, I have it open, so I'll make sure to keep it open. What I'll do is save that. I'll save that toward the end. So unless there's a question that comes in that I see that makes sense for the ongoing conversation, just so that we're not trying to manage several things at once.
Yeah, it does get a little crazy. There's a door swinging here. I'll be back in 1 second.
Maya, good
Uh-huh.
morning.
Hi, how are you?
I'm excited that we're finally here together and getting ready to have a kitchen table conversation with America.
Yeah, no, this is exciting, and I thank you, of course, and Power to Fly for the invitation. I'm excited about the conversation.
Wonderful. I sent you my sense of the questions coming up. I have more than I think there is obviously time for, but I wanted to give you a sense of the direction. And it's like, as we had talked about, that looking at what these structural inequalities are, why this time is different, what is the role of the allies, and importantly, what's coming up in November and voting, and how to sustain what we see happening. And if we have time, maybe in the Q&A response, or maybe in our own discussion, is what do all these large corporations that are using their social media and PR to announce support, what's their role, and what steps can they and should they take, not just externally, but internally?
Yeah, that sounds absolutely right. And I'm happy I saw the questions that you sent. It sounds like this audience is largely corporate. From the discussions I've seen thus far. So
It's actually a mix. It's actually mainly, I would say, of the 15,000 who've signed up. I was just looking at the numbers this morning. The vast majority are women who are either looking for new opportunities, looking to be inspired, or want to take back the information to their companies. And then we have about 2,000 people who are talent leaders within their organizations who are also listening in, or participating.
So do you have a sense of these women being representatives of corporations or nonprofits, or what sectors?
I don't, in terms of sectors, we didn't break it down to sectors. When we went out and invited women, it was based on skill sets. So it was mid to senior level women. So like 5 to 10 years experience, at least. That was sort of the cut, 5 to 10 years of experience across technology, stacks, marketing, sales. And a lot of them are at big brand name companies. So yes, more corporate. But we had to talk, Jacqueline Novogratz from Acumen. She was the keynote last night. So there were a lot of people from nonprofits who came in. So we've seen a distribution. So
Jacqueline and I are, you probably didn't even mention my name, but we're both Henry Crown Fellows in the same class.
Oh, really?
And we get together every 2 weeks for a Zoom call.
That's so funny. I think I did. I went through the speakers very quickly right before we started talking, but it was sort of in this mode. So that's great. I'll have to look at that. Yeah, she was very powerful.
Yeah.
So.
The other way I look at this, perhaps even more importantly than the crowd that we have before us, is what happens with the video and the conversation afterward, right? The lasting sustainability of the conversation that we have, and all those who don't make it today that will see this, and all those that we will put it into their hands. So it's part of the dialogue ongoing. So I look at it a much broader conversation for those who will see this through social media, through the ongoing discussions, and in their own homes, I hope, and continue the conversation.
Okay. Yeah, that's what we found, that we got most of our uptake on our Zoom video calls after the event was over.
Yeah.
And we reached tens of thousands more people through boosted posts and ads. So I don't know if you're doing that with this content, but we found it to be quite effective.
Yeah, we will be. I think we'll have well over 60 hours. Because you can see this is the only thing that's happening during the hour, but every other track is, except for the keynotes, there's 3 other things going on at the same time. So we'll have an amazing amount of information afterwards, and it's going to take us a couple weeks to download everything and render it, and we'll certainly send it back and share it and share the numbers as well.
Sounds
So,
good.
I sent Donna her comments on Monday, 15 pages, and they were all positive.
Yeah, no, Donna's amazing.
Yeah.
I watched that conversation, and she was inspiring, and certainly insightful.
Yeah, I mean, my dad was like really moved, and I know we're on stream, but that dude does not get moved. So he's been talking about it for.
It was phenomenal. Well, I'm going to go ahead and jump off of camera here. I just wanted to introduce myself to both of you so that you know that if you have any issues during the chat, you're welcome to DM either me or Lauren. But again, thank you so much for speaking. I'm really excited to see the session. So thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Let me do a quick run through of everybody's names. I know I've been speaking to you nonstop, but so it's Lisi do Canto. How does that
Yes.
sound? I've been practicing.
That's
And then
beautiful.
Dr. Maya Rockymore Cummings.
Yes.
Great. Wonderful. And we will, Lisi, we will wrap up at, we need to wrap up at least a minute before 1 o'clock. Otherwise, we'll be cut off in mid-sentence. So just keep that in mind.
Yes, will you cue me? I think I should be fine on
I'll
that.
pop back on. You'll notice when you see my face. That'll be
Okay,
the sign.
perfect.
I'll pop in too if I have to. It's relatively good. All right, it is 12 o'clock here on the East Coast and 9 a.m. on the West Coast. I couldn't be more excited to start off the third day of Diversity Reboot 2020 with Dr. Maya Rockymore Cummings and Lisi do Canto. Lisi has been instrumental in helping me put together this conference, a true ally, and he has brought together so many wonderful people to be part of the discussions over the last couple of days. As people are filing in, I just want to point to a couple quick housekeeping notes, and this also applies to those of you who are on the YouTube stream. So you will see a number up in the corner there of the slide. That is your SHRM credit number that you can apply to get credits today for this talk and throughout the conference. Everybody's audio and video will be shut off. But as you have seen throughout the other discussions at this conference, this is truly an interactive discussion, and you can put your questions in the Q&A panel, and Lisi will be getting to those probably towards the end of the conversation. You can also put them in the chat window as well, and I'll try to feed them over to him, but he's really taking them over in the question and answer panel. And finally, code of conduct. The code of conduct is very important. We have that in the chat panel. We will ask you to leave. Actually, we won't even ask you to leave. We will bounce you straight out of the conference if you break the code of conduct. We have not had to do that over the last 2 days. It has been absolutely incredible to have such a wonderful conversation. And I can see there's some really nice comments coming in already. So please adhere to the code of conduct. We are very, very strict about it. And without further ado, I'm going to hand the mic over to Lisi, who's going to start things off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine, and thank you to Power to Fly for hosting what is a incredibly important conversation, not just this year, but I think for our time. I think we will look back and say that this was the moment that change really happened, that this is the time. This is our time, as our sister Stacey Abrams says in her current book, for the change that we all seek in diversity, inclusion, and belonging. I want to welcome all of those here in the United States and around the world who have been watching Power to Fly Summit. I want to thank all the wonderful leaders and individuals who have contributed over the last 2 days, rich conversations, starting with our friends Jamal Simmons and Donna Brazil. And we want to pick up today where they left off. And I want to start by telling you that, as we all know, that the horrific death of George Floyd has prompted what we all can see in this country is a deep debate and soul searching about racism, inequality, and racial justice in America and beyond. Our nation is at a tipping point, a precipice Is this the moment that real change is going to happen in this country and around the world? Earlier this month, we marked the 99th anniversary of an incident known as the Tulsa Race Massacre, in which a white mob killed hundreds of Black people in a part of Oklahoma City referred as Black Wall Street. Decades later, Congress passed civil rights, voting rights legislation, and in 2008, we elected our first Black president here in the United States. These are big steps, but we continue to see a wave of police killings of young Black men, and the anger expressed on the streets that we've seen of more than 140 cities in every state of this country and globally these last several weeks demonstrate that not enough change has happened. Black protesters and diverse groups of people have taken to the streets across the US and around the world. They've been joined by many others calling for lasting change in the way societies deal with systemic racism and structural inequality. Over these next 60 minutes, I am honored to join my dear friend, Maya, for what my friends in the South call a kitchen table conversation around the kitchen table that is honest, open, and transparent with you about how do we come together to heal the wounds of racism and racial injustice in this country? What are those structural obstacles to Black and really American progress, and how can they be dismantled? Given all of the anger and the false dawns that we've seen in this country, what should all Americans, especially Americans of color, do next? Also, this isn't the first time a cross-section of our society has voiced its desire for radical action on race. So when it comes to addressing systemic racism, who are the allies and what is their role in this now? And what are they willing to engage? And are they willing to engage in the difficult truths that they have themselves? And will they embrace the policies that target racial inequality and inequity? And what are the proactive steps that could widen the business community to take action to address systemic racism in our society? And perhaps the most important will be, is the coalition of voters that are taking to the streets today in our country still have the same priorities when they go to the polls in November? So I want to start on this journey together with you, Maya, and begin with the question that I know is personal to you and me, and that is, when did you first become aware that being a Black person or a person of color meant that some people, other people, saw you differently?
So thank you, Lacey. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Power to Fly. And thanks to every single one of the people who are watching this on various platforms, through social media. I deeply appreciate the opportunity, but I just want to thank you for caring enough to host this, but also caring enough to participate. So for every person of color, African Americans in particular, I think that as soon as you become a conscious being in communion in society, which is about 3 or 4 years old, is when you realize that somehow along the way, your colleagues of a different race, particularly white children, seem to understand your skin color differently than you understood your own skin color. And that I didn't have, the same kind of teaching that they did, because I viewed them certainly as fully human and certainly as people to be embraced, at the same level of our common humanity. But they didn't view me the same way. So that meant that there was something fundamental in the teaching. There's something fundamental in the teaching of children in this country, where white children get a different value system, and they learn to distinguish Blackness as something that is less than whiteness.
It makes me think about that in my own case. My parents immigrated to this country from West Africa in the 1960s. And were living in inner city Boston in the early 70s when I was born. My father would tell me quite often over the last 30 years that we moved out of Boston for a better life. But it was only recently that he told me that what we really moved out of Boston for is that he didn't want to see myself and my older brother at the time hanging in the street or hanging from some tree. And that really moved me to really think about my role and my responsibility of doing more. It wasn't for me until I got into middle school that I realized that my romantic denial of differences was a dream, and that for me, I had a crush on a friend of mine, a white student whose parents quickly told me that society wasn't ready for that kind of a relationship. And so at an early age, I learned very quickly that I was distinct and different. But for me, ever since that day, I have been fighting for our community together with you and others. And it's really shaped my experience, not to separate myself from others, but to bring others in to the diverse and inclusive and important belonging that we hold in this country. I want to turn to.
Let me just
Yeah.
say this, that I grew up with parents. I'm the fourth generation from slavery on my mother's side. And I grew up with parents who grew up in the Jim Crow South. And so from our earliest ages, they also knew that it was their responsibility to build up our self-esteem, to explain to us what was happening in society, and to do it largely through stories about how they grew up in the Jim Crow South, about how they lived a separate and unequal existence, about how they went to schools that were separate from whites, and had, books that were hand-me-downs from the white schools. And so, not only did I realize that the difference was there, but I also was fortunate enough to have parents who understood what structural racism meant in this country and actively tried to counter program us to make sure that our self-esteem wasn't damaged because of what we were encountering in larger society.
Yes, and so important. I want to turn now for a little bit into our conversation around the kitchen table, as I said, and there's been a lot of talk about that this time is different, and I want to unpack that a little bit. The history of violence and oppression against the Black community and people of color in the U.S. is not new. There are countless disturbing chapters in this history. I mentioned the Tulsa massacre, race massacre at the start. We celebrated 99 years, an anniversary, if you will, of never forgetting what took place there. But from the riots in Harlem in 1940, the riots in protest in the 1960s, the assassination of Martin Luther King in 1968, the LA riots in 92 following the acquittal of the police officers who beat Rodney King, and the protests in 2014 following the fatal shooting of Michael Brown. We have seen the chapters of this ongoing struggle take place. Maya, what makes this different for you? Why is this time different from the times that we have experienced before?
So let me just parse it this way. I do think that the fact that people were able to see with their own eyes a handcuffed man lying on the ground of no threat to anyone, and a white officer leaning with the full weight of his body on the man's neck for 8 minutes and how many seconds? 46 seconds. And the man was calling for his life. He was calling for, the man to, he's saying he couldn't breathe, and he was calling for his mother. And that broke the hearts, I think, of people around the country and frankly, around the world. I think that the global reception to this video and the reaction to it has been able to, I think, shine a spotlight on the challenge here in the United States of America. It's caused people to mobilize, I think, around the country and around the world. So that's different. Now, what happens next will determine whether this is different from other cycles. Because remember, I'm sitting in Baltimore City right now. This was Baltimore 5 years ago, where we had the death of Freddie Gray, a man who was perfectly healthy, a young man who was perfectly healthy, who was apprehended by the police, put in the back of a paddy wagon, and somehow in police custody, he came out with a severed spine and a broken neck and ended up dying several days later. And so our city went up in flames, and certainly people protested. And this has happened in so many other places. What's going to distinguish us this time is what we do next, what we do, what we choose to do as a society, whether we will allow the protests of the last few weeks to just be performative, meaning that, just for the looks, or whether we're actually committed to true change that takes place from protest to policy and practice. And so that is what's going to tell the difference about whether this moment in time is truly different.
You know, I want to focus right there. I had a friend call me after the death of George Floyd and watching the video, and he said, you know, I am mad as hell. He said, I woke up wanting to see the world burn down yesterday because I'm tired of seeing Black men die. It's very emotional for me. I have two Black boys, 13 and 10, and I have felt both enraged and somewhat encouraged and somewhat discouraged throughout this entire time. And it's very emotional for me. I find it very visceral feeling this time. And so when my friend reached out and told me this, he said to me also, so the question for us is, after it all burns down, Lisi, will we be left with charred, or will we rise like a phoenix out of the ashes? So if this time is different, Maya, because of the global reaction, because of what we're seeing in the streets, that it's a multiracial protest, I want to talk with you about what that's going to look like, from policing to criminal justice to the stark inequality in everything in this country, from housing to education to jobs to life expectancy. You have spent many decades working on this together with me and others. How do these inequalities manifest themselves in our society, and what needs to be done to deliver us to a moment where we break the cycle of death and anger and division in America today?
So before I answer that question, I just want to go back. You talked about the rawness that you feel and how it just feels just different this time. I think that something else that distinguishes this moment from previous times is that we're in a global pandemic. The world has paused. People are actually paying attention to news and incidents in a different way because, they're not shopping as much, they're not, working as much, et cetera. And they're also feeling isolated because, they've been social distancing. So, the receptivity of the world at this moment in time because of the pandemic, I think, and the fact that there's a disproportionately negative impact on people of color, especially in the United States of America and some places like France and other places, means that I think that people have a different level of receptivity. So, structural racism in our society. Where do I begin? I mean, I don't want to break this, create a long drawn out discussion. But the fact of the matter is that we've created a society that's caste-based. There is a hierarchy of value placed on human bodies, with whiteness being defined as at the very top, and with Blackness being defined at the very bottom, and gradations in between. And then we have pattern our social living arrangements, our financial and financing arrangements, our political arrangements, our educational systems and arrangements. We have patterned our labor market arrangements after this valuation. Every aspect of the way that we have constructed our society is patterned to actually reinforce this hierarchy of value. So that you see that people of color, African Americans especially, get the lowest outcomes, the worst outcomes, the worst end of the bargain, are the lowest on the totem pole, if you will, across all of these systems. That is structural racism, and that is what we are dealing with in this country. Now, the question is that it seems so big, right? How in the heck, short of something like a French Revolution where they completely destroy society and decide to rebuild from scratch, how do we get beyond this pattern of racist belief systems across our institutions and across our geospatial arrangements? And I argue that we need to do it through what I call an inclusion revolution. That we have to have an inclusion revolution, a radical change in mindset that challenges the very paradigm of a racial hierarchy in our country, a caste system based on race, and that basically takes on this value system, this mobilization of bias, if you will, across institutions, whether that be corporation, whether that be political systems, whether that be, certainly living arrangements, residential living arrangements, et cetera. And so that means that every single person has a role to play. There's a role to play in your own families to the extent that you notice these biases. There's a role to play in terms of your corporations or your places of work. There's a role to play in terms of larger political society. There is a role to play for everyone. And so we have to be about the business of, and I don't think that it has to take a radical and violent change. I do think that there is a way for this to be a peaceful revolution, but it's one where the value system has to change to focus on valuing people not based on their racial identification or even their gender or sexuality or anything like that, but valuing people based on our common humanity. You're a human being, I'm a human being. You deserve to be respected. You deserve to have dignity. You are valuable based on our common humanity.
Amen. We, people of color, Black, brown, and all shades within our community, I think one thing I can say very loudly for all of us, we are so tired of having to prove our own humanity. And the global pandemic brought out in brutal fashion just how much the long-standing and existing inequalities have really challenged the humanity of our communities in housing and education, in police reform, criminal justice, in wealth, the wealth gap, and healthcare, and in so many ways. I think what we realized is just how vulnerable our societies are. It is something that we have all seen and I think have experienced throughout this time. And the way I look at this struggle, if you will, Maya, is that the struggle for racial justice isn't just about the change that we want outside in the world. It's about the change that we need to take on ourselves in our personal lives, in our communities, in our households. It's about changing who we are as well. And so I want to turn to that question of who we are when we think about the question of allies. There is near universal condemnation of George Floyd's death, and it's rallied many Americans of all shades and colors and backgrounds in ways that we've never seen before. As one friend of mine said, I feel like I'm not even feeling 1/8 of what Black Americans feel every single day, and I'm terrified. What does it mean to be an ally? And the question as we turn into this subject is, and are these allies willing to engage in their own difficult truths, to look at the need for racial justice and racial inequalities, not just changing the outside world, but really confronting their own obligation and responsibility to engage in this conversation?
Absolutely. I think that an ally, firstly, has to listen. They have to be open to hearing things in a different way, not through the filter of what they've been taught, probably since birth, but through the filter of being open to a different moment in time, a different reality. And so listening, particularly to communities of color, to African Americans, and their experiences, I think is a first aspect of allyship, true allyship. Second, true allyship, if you want to be an ally, you should educate yourself. There are plenty of books out here, and I'm so sorry to say that too many people around the country have not received this education through the school systems. And that is sad because it just reinforces for us even how education itself has been co-opted to not be able to share and tell true history with our children. And certainly we're the product of that. But there are plenty of books that have been produced. There are plenty of articles that you can read that talk about our history, that talk about the perspectives of people of color and African Americans, and that even talk about allyship and how to be a real ally. Number three, allyship goes beyond performance, meaning that, it goes beyond just saying the right thing or going out to protest. It means taking on the systems of power in your own life, the value systems that you've been taught and that are reified through family structures, through friendship networks, through kinship networks, through corporations and nonprofits, and through political systems. And so it means to be willing to actually, deconstruct and challenge arrangements that actually disadvantage people of color, arrangements that reinforce bias and that reinforce discrimination. Taking that on is the role of an ally, and doing it in conjunction with and in support of people of color is incredibly important.
Right. You speaking about books, our friend, brother Ibram Kendi has written an important book about anti-racism. It's obviously sold out now. You can't get it on Amazon for a month, but he says, we know how to be a racist. We know how to pretend not to be a racist. Now let's know how to be anti-racist, right? And that the heartbeat of racism is denial, and the heartbeat of anti-racism is confession. And so pulling in our allies into this movement, and it really is a movement intergenerational in many respects, requires us to really look in and bring ourselves to address the denial, and also to confess our own narratives and our own beliefs. And you talked a moment ago about the inequalities that exist in this country. We've talked about, and how much the global pandemic has shown us, to paraphrase a quote from the 1990s, just how much many of us have been swimming naked, if you will, when the shore has come out. These policies for structural inequality to address issues around policing and criminal justice reform and housing and education and wealth, it's going to take more than just one part of America. It's going to take all of America to be part of it. And so the question is, how will we bring people, all of us, along? Because this isn't racism isn't a Black problem, it's an America problem. And we have to find a way to embrace the policies that address these very racial inequalities and equities that you described. How do we move to a moment that we have our allies and those embrace these policies? Because it's going to take an introspective look at the hard truths, and then it's going to take some concessions here when we start to get beyond the protest to what this change is going to look like.
So I would just amend, is Ibrahim X?
Yes, Ibrahim X.
Yeah, I would just amend his. It's not just confession, it's confession plus action.
Yes.
And so, I'm just struck by the Amy Cooper situation that we saw in New York Central Park.
Yes.
If you watch that video carefully, you see that Amy she understood that there was this hierarchy of value, and that she was going to act on it and weaponize it in a way that she figured was going to harm the African-American man who had asked her to put her dog on a leash.
Right.
For white people in America, coming to this understanding, even if it's latent in your consciousness, that that this bias system exists, and that it is active in your lives and in the institutions that you interact with, is the first step. The second step is acting on it. And that means that, recognizing frameworks of injustice and frameworks of bias, and how they actually might represent themselves in political candidates or political, parties, or even, certainly also, in the institutions you interact with, is the second part. And then being willing to depart from the beliefs and the value systems of the past to openly and actively embrace new beliefs and new forms of being and systems and actions, whether that's political or whether that's social. And so, it's going to take getting out of your comfort zone and doing something that's completely new, but being open to the possibility. Because through the possibility, I truly believe that we can build a society that's truly inclusive, that values diversity and values our common humanity. But it requires us to all move forward with our hands together in appreciation of each other. Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. now is the time for action. And as Reverend Sharpton said at the eulogy for George Floyd, the time for empty promises and the time of empty initiatives is over. And as Stacey Abrams has says in her book, our time is now. It's time for us to learn how to walk around with a giant pebble in your shoe, as I say. It's going to be uncomfortable, and those are the conversations that we need to have at home, in your neighborhood, in your businesses across this country. And I think what gives me hope and confidence today is that the deep breath of support that Black Lives Matter and the protests are including in part of the call for criminal justice reform, are demanding racial justice, racial equality, and equity as part of that. The key question here for all of us is, how do we keep this movement and build on the support that's going to transform it into something permanent and meaningful change? How do we begin to do that, Maya?
Yeah, so I think that it's going to have to go beyond what we've called for in the past, which is a national conversation on race. That we're having that now. And that doesn't take us to the next step, which is change. It's just, as far as I'm concerned, national conversations on race are performative. But that being said, I do think that there is space for two things that I think need to happen next, or actually three. We are living in a society that's based on these certain values that we think that we've amended through our Constitution, that we've amended, the fact that our founders, viewed African Americans as less than human by, passing the 13th and the 14th Amendments. We've amended, the situation of, how the founders didn't view women as fully human by certainly, moving forward for women's rights as well. But we're better than amendments, and we're better than, certainly a social contract that is still fundamentally based on this antiquated notion of who belongs. So I do believe that one of the first steps that we need to do is have a new social contract, one that is basically a declaration of interdependence and inclusion, where we come to embrace and recognize the confession of the past, but then embrace new values and a new understanding of our common humanity. Two, I do think that, there are some people that call for truth and reconciliation. I do believe that that's an extension of a national conversation, but to the extent that some people feel like they need confession and apology, certainly that's fine to have that. But three, for me, which is incredibly important and takes us into the realm of action, is what we need now after having this Make America Great Again, this whole effort around people, still trying to say that they're protecting and defending their way of life. We need to get beyond that thinking. And the only way that we get to action, to me, is actually taking on systems. And to me, that means that we need a national emergency preparedness initiative on diversity, equity, and inclusion in this nation. It has to be multi-layered in terms of the political and the government response. And it also has to be multi-sector across health, across education, across fashion and entertainment, across all of these sectors that matter in our lives. And with that, there are things that must be done. In institutions, has your institution, has your organization conducted an equity audit? Does it understand how their their practices and their patterns and their policies actually reinforce discrimination? Are they willing, is your institution willing to actually change the policies and change the practices and change the people in many cases to make sure that diversity, equity, and inclusion is respected and honored? Can we also do that? And I think we can in our political systems. We absolutely must. Can we do it in Hollywood, where they actually formulate the representations that we all ingest, and they reinforce the biases that we all, assume are a natural part of our lived reality, when in fact they're created through representations? Can we take them on and make sure that they're restructuring their practices? The answer is yes, but there are things that must be done. And there is a strategy that can be pursued in order to do this across sectors and at every level of a society.
You're absolutely correct. We are in a time and a moment first brought on by the COVID crisis, and certainly now convulsing our country and our world with the crisis around police brutality, that is forcing our companies, our society to rethink and rewrite and rebalance the social contract that you've talked about with their employees, with their citizens, with the communities, with everyone that they serve. And like you, I agree that we must make a key focus of this rebalancing is to help our leaders and our companies embrace, as you said, the responsibility that the current opportunity provides to unlearn those stale paradigms, to confront these limited narratives that have existed so long, and to champion, as you've been saying, the we agenda that is at that foundation for diversity, inclusion, and belonging. And I'll say is the necessary part of not only every company's innovation and relevance, but the relevance and innovation of this country. We are better when we are together and we are one. And that's where we need to aim and be aspirational at this time, to look at ourselves as one, but not separate. And having the big conversation that you talk about, as they did in South Africa in the early 1990s, and having some truth and reconciliation is one of the first steps that we need to take. We need to be open and honest and have these uncomfortable conversations, deal with the difficult truths that we all have and exist in our society, to really put out on our kitchen table, the kitchen table of our country, what we're dealing with before we get into how do we begin to resolve it. I want to hone in on one aspect of what you mentioned, Maya. We are in an election year, as you know, and one of the things that struck me was a comment that George Floyd's brother said. He said he insisted that the response this time had to be different. He said the same thing has been happening. You all protest, you all destroy stuff, and they don't move. So let's do this another way. So I want to talk to you about this other way, because as Ibram X. Kendi says, racism doesn't begin with prejudice of individuals, but it begins with the policies of political and economic power. And I would say that I think it's the prejudice of those that inform these policies that lead to the reinforcing of economic and political power. And so, as you were mentioned before, there are some who are convinced that we need a much more radical and progressive future. That we need an uprising or rebellion in this country to change things. And then there's others, including our former president, Barack Obama, who've called on us to seize the moment through peaceful protest and democracy, saying it's not an either or, it's a both and go and vote and change who your mayors are, your district attorneys are. So I want to talk about with you, what are the ways available us to make change, and is voting going to be the only way that you're going to make this change? And if you don't vote and you protest, is that somehow diminishing your power? So I want to put that on our kitchen table, because it's an ongoing conversation, and we've seen a lot on social media talking about what kind of change do we need, and how do we go about getting it?
Right. So I was counseling some young people on the Eastern Shore of Maryland the other day. They brought the Black Lives Matter movement to the Eastern Shore, and they had just had a big protest. And a young man said to one of the organizers that, we see more change happening as a result of our protests than we do of voting. Why should we vote? But the fact of the matter is that you need to understand that the reason why we have the patterns that we have of something violent happening, people, waking up for a brief moment, policymakers and elected and appointed officials doing something different for a brief moment in time, and then the same thing happening over and over again, is that we haven't changed the systems. And the only way in a democracy that you change the systems, and when I say change the systems, remember that when we're talking about systemic racism, that the systems is our political systems are the mobilization of values, bias, and the people who sit in those seats matter, because they hold the values that end up, reinforcing the same kinds of outcomes that we're seeing. So that means that voting is absolutely essential if you want to change the power structure. but so is making sure that we have a pipeline of people with similar values who are ready to take on and take office at every level of society. And frankly, also across industries. That we are, doing the work of equity and inclusion to make sure that we have the policy strategies and the practices that are going to be implemented in a way that changes the outcomes. That we are engaging in advocacy, because it's not one and done. You can't just vote and go home and say, I'm done with my work. That advocacy and raising your voice and engaging the system and engaging the people sitting in those seats over time, not just once in a lifetime, but over time, is an incredibly important part of making sure that you are driving systemic change and that we're driving society toward inclusion. Realize that there is the there are people out there who are seeking to counter the influence of the inclusion movement. The inclusion revolution, and they are always mobilized to make sure that their agenda rises to the top. That means that as soon as you think that you've made progress, your enemies, the enemies of that progress, will be in place to try to deconstruct it, to try to destabilize it, and to tear it down. That's what happened, I think, to the civil rights movement in this country. We've actually moved backwards. And we moved backwards because we lulled ourselves into thinking that civil rights happened and that we are now in a new place. We are enlightened as America and we have moved forward. Look, we had our first African-American president. But the reality is just as soon as that happened, the forces that were opposed to that progress were mobilized to actually undermine that progress. So that means our efforts have to be sustained. They have to be over time. It's multi-generational. And so, it's important for everybody to realize that this is not a one and done. It's something that's going to actually have to take your sustained involvement and engagement for the rest of your life.
You're absolutely right. And the only way to get there is to have what we need is be aspirational and have a big conversation right now. What gives me hope, and I think what the opportunity here is, that what's happening right now with Black Lives Matter and this multiracial movement is for racial justice and racial equity. It is happening at the same time that we are in the midst of an economic crisis and a healthcare crisis as a result of COVID. And it has the ability to eclipse a much larger conversation here about poverty, about these structural inequalities, and that what for many people in this country pushes them down. When 30% of the world's global wealth is held by 95% of people that don't look like you and me, and the 70% are fighting for the 5%, you've got an economic inequity and inequality, as you said, that is fueling a lot of what we are seeing right now. The issues that COVID brought to the forefront were already there before COVID. COVID moved those to the front of the line. Our communities, those who are part of the 40 million who've lost their job, disproportionately are people of color. The people who don't have access to healthcare, who are disproportionately being killed by this virus, are people of color. We're going to have a crisis in evictions here fairly soon when the stimulus dollars run out, because people aren't going to be able to afford their housing. We're going to have a mental health crisis here pretty soon, and it will disproportionately affect people of color. And so we have the opportunity here to embrace what the moment provides, which is a time to say, let's get beyond the anger. Let's find a way to have a shared conversation and deal with the very difficult truths that have long existed in this country. And so I want to take us very more focused here for a moment, and that we have seen before that the protests and what's happened after all of these tragic and horrific moments, there's been a sympathy for racial inequality. We see now the taking down of statues. We see calls for redistribution of investment in community of policing and other ways of distribution of wealth. And when we start to get at the concrete now of what it's going to take to undo and change these structural inequalities, that's where the tough work begins. So how do we, with the coalition of voters that are on today's America's streets today, how do we ensure that they will have the same priorities today that when they go to the polls in November?
So first of all, it takes sustained education, and the demand mindset has to remain. This is a demand for what we want for our future, for what we want for our children, for what we want for our society. If we want our democracy to remain intact, I guarantee you that it's not going to remain intact by allowing the same, cycle of, protest and bust to actually happen again and again. It's not going to remain intact if we don't actually change our mindset, but also move our bodies and make decisions based on what we know we need to do for our society to actually embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion. So that means that the demand mindset of protesters, people who are out in the streets right now, and people who are sitting at home watching those out in the streets, who know that we need to do something different, that needs to carry forward. And that means that we need to continue this conversation. We need to continue the education. We need to continue to provide the solutions. And we actually need to continue to demand change from our policy and political leaders. Now, it's sad to say that we're in the middle of a global pandemic. And the very people who are disproportionately affected, no one's talking about, I think on either side of the aisle, unfortunately, making sure that there is no one left uninsured in this country at this moment in time. There are things that we can do right now to include people in Medicaid or in Medicare so that people who are uninsured have care. There needs to be a national strategy for COVID, and there isn't one. Certainly, testing and contact tracing and isolation for those, and then having a targeted approach for those who have been proven disproportionately vulnerable. That's all necessary, but it hasn't even passed the US Congress. Certainly the administration hasn't done anything. There are things, and the Congress passed and the president signed into law a CARES Act and consecutive bills that have been designed to actually address the global pandemic and the economic challenges. One that left out more than 90% of Black and Latino businesses in terms of the PPP program. And so that means that, and this was bipartisan. So that means that there are demands that we need to actually be making of both Republicans and Democrats for change. And that needs to happen now. There is no one who should take office in the White House come November, or actually come January, who hasn't pledged that they are going to address the gaps in our society, that they're going to take on policing in a real way, that they're going to ensure the uninsured, and that they're going to move towards making sure that all people are whole after this pandemic. And this is the time to do it.
Amen. I want to pull in some of the wonderful questions that we've been getting for the audience. There has been several comments about the need to make this movement multi-generational in order to sustain its involvement and engagement for the rest of our lives. I'd say I couldn't agree more. We know that movements have to be intergenerational, and movements that don't have hindsight, insight, and foresight don't have complete sight. And this movement we see is inclusive of people of all ages, of all backgrounds. And it's going to take those individuals to bring about the change for all Americans, particularly Americans who are from communities of color. I also want to ask a question that was asked of us, Maya, regarding voting. And it's an important one, that we know that voting is important, but we know that there are still efforts to frustrate people's ability to vote. We have many in our community who have been denied the right to vote, and there are others who wait hours in line to vote, as we saw recently in Georgia. How do we address the issues with the challenging of voting, especially when people say, I hear you, Maya, I want to vote, but the process for me to do that is frustrated and has constrained me?
It happened in Georgia. It happened right here in Maryland. We had people, long lines, people waiting hours just to access to vote. mail-in ballots that were never received by people at their homes, you know, all kinds of debacles. So, and this is a state that's considered democratic. And so if this is happening in a state that is supposed to be favorable to voters, just imagine, you don't even have to imagine, just look at all the stories coming out of Georgia and the South and places where they have actually had a concerted effort to undermine the vote, particularly of African-American voters especially. And so with that, you know, the struggle for the franchise has been a long, hard fought one in this country. The Voting Rights Act has been gutted by the Supreme Court. It's absolutely essential that we come up with a new paradigm, a legal framework to assure everyone the right to vote, but also a new paradigm for how we administer elections in this country. One that's secure and one that's simple and easy for people. It needs to be as simple and easy as flipping on a television. And so we have the technology to assure that this is possible. But we do not have the political will. So that means that we need to actually make sure that voter integrity and voting integrity is a part of this agenda. And that we are working to defend and protect everyone's right to engage in our most fundamental and sacred right as people in a democracy, and that is voting. And also, I just want to say this, the tech industry doesn't get off here. Many of the voting disasters that we're seeing now are also as a result of the technology that we're using at polling places, and certainly by the inept administration of that technology. We need to make sure that our systems are not only secure, but they are, that we're taking on these tech companies to make sure that that these systems are administered in a fair and free way.
Thank you. I want to turn the conversation in the time that we have left and focus on what's happening in corporate America and inside our workplaces and outside. There are several questions about how to address microaggressions in the workplace and to address employee concerns that I want to turn to. You've seen large corporations, as we all have around the world and here in the US, take on social media and the PR machines announcing their support for the people protesting and in the wake of George Floyd's death. And the question has been, are these actions critical now more than ever? Or do they distract from the real voices of those who are marginalized in our society? What do you think are some of the proactive steps that the wider business community needs to take to address racism in our society? And what should the companies be doing internally to help fight for racial inequality among their own employees, but also those that they serve?
So externally, I think that, corporations need to do several things. One, most major corporations have lobbying shops, and they're usually lobbying for things that advantage them and their bottom line, and that end up disadvantaging certainly low and middle income people in this country. Recognizing that those kinds of agendas actually end up reinforcing the disparities that we see is something that's important and something that they need to consider. Secondly, the representations, how they advertise, who they advertise with, the kinds of advertising that they do. Certainly, is it inclusive? Does it reinforce discrimination, or is it liberating? Certainly how you actually launch your products in society. We saw a whole economic crises of the housing crises several years ago, where mortgage products that these companies knew were unsustainable were targeted to people of color and women, frankly. And what ended up happening was it devastated what little wealth these communities had. And so are you actually trying to build your profit margin by exploiting vulnerable population groups? And if you are, shame on you. Change your business model, change your business practices. And so, internally, what's interesting is that many of these major corporations have a history after the civil rights movement in this country of creating affinity groups for women and of people of color, and doing things to create a pipeline, not only in terms of employees in their companies, but also in terms of vendors and contractors and consultants that they work with. And yet we've seen them in recent years turn their backs on those programs of old, when in the reality is that those kinds of initiatives actually held much promise, and we saw some progress. Diversifying boards is incredibly important. And yet what we see time and again, especially in the technology industry, is basically all white, all male boards, driving products and companies that are supposed to be serving a diverse country and frankly, a diverse world. The lack of insight that the representation of your board represents, or the lack of representation on your board represents, is incredibly narrow-minded, and it's probably undermining your profitability. It needs to change. It's certainly not something that's driving us towards a diverse and inclusive society. So there are a number of things that can happen. That equity audit I talked about earlier, every company, large and small, needs to undergo an equity audit to find out what their organizational practices are, what their policies are that are inhibiting diversity and inclusion, and then changing that in a way that's measurable and that can be sustained over time. So those are just a few things.
I agree with you. I say now is the time for business leaders to think about what kind of company they want to be, right? Not only to examine how they could be more diverse and inclusive to their employees, but how they can be a better, more inclusive and diverse and engaged business for the diverse communities that they engage with, their customers, their employees, and their audiences. And so now is the time to ask themselves, who do they help and what are the problems they solve and how do they communicate that value? We've had several questions, and it's an important one, and you and I have confronted this throughout our life, I know, about how to open up a conversation with those who have entrenched racist beliefs or point of view. How do we bring those individuals along in the conversation? And I will just add my own personal experience. Almost more than 30 years ago, as a student living in Spain, I found myself living with a neo-Nazi for 6 months. I didn't know that when I entered into this exchange program, but I did. Every part of my body told me I didn't need to be at the table and sitting with this individual, listening to his perspective and point of view on people who look like me. But God told me I needed to be there and to listen and to use this to help understand what those points of view are and to help work from that day on and forward on how to pull in those who have these beliefs and are entrenched. What is your view? What's your thought, Maya, on how we have conversations with those who have beliefs that are counter to what we're seeing in today's America on the streets?
So I'm going to just preface this by saying that when I was in graduate school, I taught I taught in women's studies course. It was gender and multiculturalism, and it was a mandatory course. So I had all kinds of students come through my classroom, many of whom didn't want to be there. And the engineers who were in no way interested in the liberal arts, they were the hard, sciences, and they were forced to come to a women's studies class taught by me, the first ever African-American woman that many of them had ever had before. It was my purpose to talk about the whole notion of inclusion. The class was structured around diversity, inclusion, and equity. And what I found is that there are 4 types of people. The first type comes in and they already got it. They're open, they're completely open, they already got it. The second type of person comes in and they're close to getting it. All they need are a few things to help them connect the dots, and then they're converted. The third kind of person is more reserved, more conservative. They learn something different. They're not sure that they want to move from their position, but if presented with arguments that touch them and that they can see and understand, they're willing and they can move. It's possible to move them. And then the fourth kind of person is the person who comes in with their arms folded and they don't care what you say. They're not going to change their mind no matter what, because they believe what they believe and they're not moving from that belief. And so first of all, I think you need to recognize who you're dealing with. You know, is it the person who can be moved? And then if that is a person who can be moved, then gently engaging, you know, at the level of values, at the level of storytelling, because I think stories often move people, and from an informed perspective, is I think how you engage and move people, and certainly in community. That when you're actually in group setting, where people can, you know, confess, because you talked about Ibrahim X, Kendi X, talking about confession. What I found is that once the kids got comfortable in my class, they started telling me what their parents were saying at home. They started confessing in terms of what they were taught, what the belief systems that, you know, that their family actually still holds. And they recognized that those belief systems were wrong, and they were willing to actually shift and move to a different space and place. So we need to actually have these conversations gently and realize that people have been, in many cases, they've been brought up with this stuff. It's almost like saying that what your family taught you is absolutely wrong. And the fact of the matter is it was. And so now, you know, it's about engaging at a level where people can hear. One thing you don't want to do is turn people off to where they don't want to hear you and they can't hear you.
I agree with you. You know, as we get ready to close out here, I'd say, you know, we in this country right now are desperately trying to find a vaccine, a cure for coronavirus. It's the race for a cure. It's time that we find a cure and a vaccine and race to try to address the racism and inequalities that have existed in America. And to close out, as Rosa Parks said when they asked her, you know, why did you give up? Why did you refuse to give up your seat? I think that response is what reflects where we are today in America, collectively as Americans. She said, I have been pushed around all of my life, and I felt that this is the moment I couldn't take it anymore. And for all of us listening today, and all of those who are out in the streets, this is the time we have said, we can't take this anymore, but let's get beyond this anger and let's embrace the opportunity the moment provides to take this and make some real change, to have the difficult conversations that need to be had in your home, in your community, in your workplace. And it's not the time to be apologetic. Be courageous. This is the time to be even bold. Maya, thank you so much for joining us today. And I want to thank everyone who was able to join with us today in this conversation.
All right. Thank you for having me. Great job, Lisi. Take care.
Thank you. Absolutely fantastic. We had hundreds of people, and I only saw wonderful comments and people wanting to know more. So maybe we can do this for longer next time, but I am so inspired. I'm taking back words like inclusion revolution, all your points. Thank you so much. I wanted to say one more time that Lisi has been instrumental in putting together this conference, for those of you who didn't hear it in the beginning. So thank you, Lisi. And everybody, please start going to the next sessions. We have 4 different tracks. At 3 p.m., we'll have our next keynote on bravery in a remote world with Reshma Saujani and Zarin Sarpangal. And then we will finish up tonight with Representative Val Demings and Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, on what we can do within the halls of Congress. So thank you both for kicking us off today. Absolutely fantastic, really.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone that's still on the main track. I still see we have 35 people in the room and a lot more that are actually watching the channel. Please use this time to head over to one of our other 3 tracks that are happening right now, 4 tracks rather. There are some really great discussions going on, and this track actually won't be active again until 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. So please head on over right now and we will be back momentarily.
healthcare is the first thing.
God, there's so many good tracks right now. What do I go listen to?
Them to put that in the Q&A bucket. If you have time at the end and you want to take them, great. If not, we'll save the questions for later. See, there's Milena. Hi, Milena. Let me try and pull you out here.
There we go. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I muted myself by accident and we're good now.
Yes, I'm unmuted now.
Okay.
I cannot.
Okay, it looks like Celeste is logging out and then logging back in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and go slow with the intro to give her time to get back in and get reconnected.
Great.
All right. Okay, so if you are just now joining us, welcome. Thank you so much for coming to day 3 of Power to Fly's Diversity Reboot 2020. We are incredibly excited to have you and hope that you get as much out of today as we do. I've been looking forward to this for weeks now, so thank you to everybody who is joining us. I do want to go over some very quick housekeeping items so that way we can make sure that everybody has as good an experience today as possible. If you are an attendee today, your camera and your audio will remain on for the duration of today's talk. But if you know anything about Power to Fly, you know we always value participation and the input of our community members. So we would absolutely love to hear from you. If you have any comments about what the speakers are saying today, you are more than welcome to put that into the group chat. The Zoom webinar chat is how it'll be labeled on your pop-up. If you have any questions for our speakers, we will try and get to those time permitting at the end of today's talk. But if you have questions, please put those into the Q&A bucket instead of into the main Zoom chat. That way we can make sure that we see them, we hear them, we don't lose track of your questions. So the last thing is, my name is Meg. Hi, I'm from Power to Fly. And if you have any problems with technical difficulties or whatever, you are more than welcome to ping myself or Sophia, who's one of my coworkers, in the chat. And we will try and help you with any kind of technical issues that you're dealing with. The last thing I want to tell you about is our SHRM credits. So if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's presentation, you just need to use the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. That code is how you will redeem those credits from SHRM. I do also want to direct you to the Zoom chat. That's where we have the code of conduct. My friend Sophia just put it in there. Just give that a quick look over before you post anything or comment or anything. It's just designed so that everybody has as good an experience as possible today. So thank you for that. Now I do want to get started with introductions. So to lead our panel on practicing inclusive medicine from policy changes to what doctors need now, moderating will be Sarah Dash. Sarah is the President and Chief Executive Officer at the Alliance for Health Policy. She drives the mission and vision of the Alliance, as well as advances and maintains the reputation of the organization as the leading nonpartisan resource for policymakers and health leaders in an evolving health policy environment. So welcome, Sarah. Thank you for joining us.
Great to be here.
Next up, we have Dr. Dara Cass. Dara is an emergency medicine physician, professor, and advocate for the advancement of women in medicine. While treating patients, Dara became infected with COVID-19 and has become a leading advocate for the risks the pandemic poses to healthcare workers' mental health. Additionally, Dara is the founder and CEO of Feminem. Welcome, Dara.
Hi.
Next, we have Dr. Craig Spencer. Craig is the Director of Global Health in Emergency Medicine at New York Presbyterian and Columbia University Medical Center. He has worked in Africa and Southeast Asia as a field epidemiologist on numerous projects examining access to medical care and human rights. An Ebola survivor, Dr. Spencer serves as Director of Global Health in Emergency Medicine at Columbia Med, teaches public health at New York Hospital, and serves on the board of, I have the Instagram handle is @MSF USA, so my apologies there. That's a flaw in my notes. And last but not least, we have Celeste Aroha. Celeste is the CEO of the Pre-Nursing Platform, an organization dedicated to helping fellow pre-nursing students that are looking to go into nursing or apply to nursing school. Currently, Celeste works as a registered medical assistant. So thank you all for joining us today. I'm going to put myself on mute and turn off my camera. Sarah, you are more than welcome to take it away.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for the introduction, and it's great to be here. So we're going to get right into our questions because we have a lot to talk about on this really important topic of inclusive medicine, and we will try to get to as many audience questions as we can. So let me just start by asking each of you who is on the ground during this COVID pandemic. In so many ways, I mean, we're really in some ways at an unprecedented time in history with, you know, the confluence not only of the pandemic, but also, you know, just the recognition finally of the longstanding impact of racism, racial violence in America, and of course the racial disparities in the pandemic. Can you just talk about how you're experiencing this moment in history as healthcare providers, as professionals, and Celeste as a nursing student? And maybe we'll just start with Dara.
Okay, I was hoping to start with Celeste. I think that, you know, the way that the pandemic has hit America has been very interesting. It started obviously on the West Coast. And so us in New York, we're hoping to watch and learn a little bit, I think, for a longer period of time than we did. And we saw the first wave of vulnerable patients be affected by the coronavirus, in that we saw nursing home patients from the West Coast really get the brunt of the first wave. And I think that allowed us to first realize, you know, our healthcare system really doesn't treat all patients and access to care the same. And we saw that immediately when we saw regulations, you know, go away for nursing homes federally, and that immediately we saw the impact of that on the patients on the West Coast. As we saw the virus come to the East Coast and to New York, and then even to Chicago and Atlanta, we immediately saw the effects on the high density living, on the effects of urban communities, on the socioeconomic impact of what were frontline workers or even essential workers, people that had to go to work, whether it was as doctors and nurses, but also as delivery people, as restaurant workers, as subway, you know, conductors or bus drivers. And we saw those were the patients that kept getting affected over and over again, even when we started to social distance and wear a mask. And we realized that, you know, even among zip codes in New York City, you could see the density go down in the center of Manhattan, while the surrounding areas of Manhattan and the, you know, boroughs in Queens and in the northern Manhattan or in the Bronx were still as dense as they were in the beginning. And that's where the patients were higher hit. So even within our own city, we saw a disproportionate effect on patients, low-income patients, Black and brown communities who were staying in New York to respond to this virus instead of fleeing to maybe their second home or flying to somewhere else, which I think was immediately apparent to people that had never thought about the access to care issues or what it looked like to live in a different community, even within the same city. And then I think that allowed us to start calling out those disparities and demanding the data. One of the things that has been really difficult to prove is the disparities in the moment. So something happened, we after the fact look at it and say, wouldn't it have been great to know the different communities that were in fact affected? But that wasn't a real time effect, right? It's an after the fact effect. And then we promise to do better next time. The thing about this moment is we've been demanding real-time data on those disparities as the virus is still here, as we're still in this first wave. So we're able to say, increase testing in low-income communities, make sure that hospitals, regardless of your payer population, has access to PPE and ventilators. And so we as a community have been starting to neutralize those effects as best as we can while still learning from this virus. So I think that those are the first things I can say about how the front line has tried to incorporate these lessons, as we have also been able to hit it, you know, full force. And we see in New York City, as the numbers have come down in New York City and our percentage of positives has gone down as our testing has gone up, even as the rest of the country has acted very differently than we have in New York, that you can have a socioeconomically diverse, you know, community of great, robust, you know, ethnic diversity and opportunities, and still address this virus head on and bring your entire community with you, as opposed to blaming others for what's going on.
Thank you. Well, Celeste, I see you nodding, and you're here in Maryland, and you're a nursing student yourself. Nurses are obviously on the very front lines of this whole pandemic, and have been affected themselves, obviously. Tell us what you're thinking and feeling about all of this. You're going to have to unmute yourself. There you go. Nope, still can't hear ya. Nope. Let's Celeste, while you are thinking through your sound, let's get Craig's take on this. And Craig, I want to ask you, just, you have treated Ebola patients. You focusing on global health. You are obviously working in low resource communities here in the U.S. as well. What is this pandemic telling you? Is there anything new or surprising here? Any lessons learned that you can convey?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Thanks for the question. I just want to reiterate every single word Dara said, because she's not only a good close friend, she's also an incredible colleague, and we work together on the front lines at Columbia University Medical Center. So everything she witnessed was the exact same thing I was witnessing, sometimes on the same day. And I think her summary talking about, already serving a marginalized and vulnerable community in northern Manhattan, the disproportionate impact it had on Black New Yorkers, on Latinx New Yorkers, when people, quite frankly, like myself, were able to come up to a place like my lake house where I'm at right now and not have to deal with the same risk of being exposed to this virus. So thanks for that, Dara. In terms of the question, what are we looking at from the global community and what's new about this? Well, we talk about lessons learned. I teach a class called Lessons Unlearned in Humanitarian Response, because so often we talk about the lessons learned. And as Dara just said, we do it after the fact as opposed to in the middle of it. And we make promises to do better next time, but we very rarely do. Drawing parallels between what we experienced in Ebola and what we're experiencing now, we had so many lessons from 2014, from 2015, when people like myself were working in West Africa. We saw the really slow US response, not only internationally, but also domestically. Finally, there was the appointment of an Ebola czar, Ron Klain, who helped coordinate amongst different US government agencies to make sure things were working a lot better. And we really promoted public health over this political discourse. And the result was that our response drastically improved in the span of a couple of months towards the end of 2014 throughout 2015. And we were able to help get rid of Ebola in West Africa. We took a lot of those lessons from then, put together a pandemic playbook, talked about how we should respond in the next few years if there were to be a pandemic. Everyone at that time was talking about what really concerned them, and that was not Ebola. We knew that wasn't going to cause a pandemic. What would is a respiratory pathogen that transmitted and circulated easily. And that's exactly what we're seeing with COVID right now. This is a perfect virus, for lack of a better word. It works really well. It does what a pandemic virus should. So in terms of lessons learned, the lessons learned were already learned. We knew in 2015 and 2018 and 2019, when we did tabletop exercises about how to prepare for a pandemic, that something like this was coming. But in the meantime, quite frankly, this administration has torn apart the pandemic preparedness architecture here in the United States by getting rid of a preparedness position at the White House and the National Security Council just a few years ago, by not really having a concerted and a coordinated response to this. And the result is that currently we are still feeling the impact of that poor response that started a couple of months ago. And the impact has been disproportionate, as Darren mentioned, on Black and Brown communities, not just here in New York, but more likely to be incarcerated throughout the country. And we know that the level of COVID in closed facilities, in meatpacking plants where migrant workers are more likely to work, has been disproportionately higher. And you have to question whether this has led to some of the anemic response from this administration.
Thanks, Craig. Celeste, let's try and hear from you again. All right, I think you're muted, but let's see if we can hear from you.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
there we go.
Outstanding. So tell us how you have been experiencing and speak to in communities of color, what is the situation like on the ground? What are the we can kind of talk about the numbers, but just how is this experience playing out?
Well, for being a person of color right now, with everything that's going on outside of the COVID, with all these protests and everything, a lot of cases are still being out there, coming to the hospital for COVID-19 as a person of color. I read a lot about hospitals not wanting to give them the same amount of care as other people just based on the color of their skin. And knowing my mom's a nurse, it kind of brings tears to my eyes when I see this, because it's the field I'm going into. And I feel like as nurses, our one important care, or our most important role, is to provide care. Like, it doesn't matter the person's skin color. Like, we shouldn't be at a stage right now where we're still just like treating people based on the color of their skin. Like, we should be treated the same amount of care, because that's what we are going to work for. Like, no matter how long we're going to treat these cases, it has to be equal, in my opinion, as a person of color.
Absolutely. Thank you, Celeste. And let's talk about this, because the topic of this panel is inclusivity in medicine, and what, doctors and nurses need, and we should add what patients need, right? And that definitely includes people of color. I mean, talk about that issue around like implicit bias, and maybe Craig, Derek, you speak to those issues, because we're all kind of coming to a reckoning that maybe there really have been structures, that have caused bias and discrimination and so on. What is happening in the medical community? How is the medical community responding to this?
I think I'll set up the stage a little bit and let Craig, alley you in this one, which is that the House of Medicine was created embedded with structural racism. Like, this is like, first and foremost, you need to accept that as a tenet, right? The way it was created as a patriarchy, a white patriarchy. And so we need to recognize that that is how we were taught medicine, and that we were taught that there were certain diseases that Black and brown people had inherent to their genetics, which isn't true. Right? We completely took for granted that there were environmental injustices, and that there were effects of redlining and other discriminatory practices that caused health effects that we blamed on the community for having. And then when they got sicker, we said, oh, you're sicker, you don't eat well, and so our system is built on those assumptions. And so the biases we are undoing in an anti-racist healthcare system really are not just the individual biases that doctors may have that they may bring into a room, that we see engendered ways when I walk in a room and somebody asks me if I'm a nurse, but I might be a Black physician walking in the room if I'm also a female, and they may think I'm there to clean the garbage. Like, there are so many layers of those assumptions that people have when they come into our healthcare system, but it happens amongst healthcare workers too. So it happens with leadership, it happens with supervisors, it happens not just for patients, but for providers. So I think that before we talk about the effects on patients and the effects on the healthcare workforce, we really do need to understand how many places in our healthcare system, in our education, in the way we learned about vaccines, which will also affect our ability to uptake vaccines. We have one for the coronavirus, the way that we take care of medicines, the way we communicate to patients, the presumptions and assumptions we have about, cultural understanding. And this is something that I think Craig, in his international work, has a really deep understanding of. Is like, in order to address Ebola, they had to go all the way down to the ritual practices of the people that were affected without bringing their own, expectations of what people would immediately accept. So I think that I just want to kind of set that stage, that our entire system is created in a white patriarchy like view. That is the first step back we need to take in order to understand the layers of bias that we have in our entire healthcare system.
Thanks, Derek. Kind of the doctor knows best approach is maybe not the best approach anymore, necessarily.
Oh no, I still think doctors are best. I just think they look like me or Celeste.
Right.
Hi, Zarin.
Hello, how are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm good.
I can hear and see you fine. So step 1 is complete.
Hey, that's always the question. Can that happen or not? So that's great.
Yes, I hear you. I also just want to let you know that while we're not live on the platform, so people won't actually be able to like join the room until 59, we are technically still streaming on YouTube. So just
Got it.
don't say anything that
I
you
won't.
would not want on YouTube, like your
That's all
address.
to know.
No.
Perfect. Lauren, a logistical question. It said I should also dial in by phone. So I should just go ahead and do that.
Yeah, if you want to do that and just mute yourself, I mean, just in case anything happens, then we can just quickly promote your phone as well. There have been a few issues with the phone dial-in and promotion, so hopefully we won't need it, but it doesn't hurt to have a backup.
How is it going overall?
It's going so well. We've had, gosh, I'm going to get the number wrong. If it was 15, we've had over, I think, 25,000 unique visitors since.
Wow,
So that's amazing.
that's incredible.
Yeah, it has been, and all of the talks. I wish that I could watch them all at once, but the ones that I've been to have been absolutely incredible, and the keynotes have been incredible. So, yeah.
Right. Well, I'm looking forward to doing this. I'm like learning from Reshma, which will be fun.
This has been the one talk that I've been seriously looking forward to. So I cannot wait. Selfishly, I'm excited.
What do you have to say? I have so many questions.
Exactly. You're in the hot seat. You get to ask everything. And then when she gets on, oh, do we have Casey? Perfect. Here's Catherine.
Great. I'm just trying to dial in by phone. So that's what I'm doing in the background.
Don't distract you.
Hey, Zarin, how are you?
I'm good, Catherine. How are you?
Great. Thank you so much for doing this today.
Yeah, thanks for allowing me to do it. I'm excited.
It's been crazy. I think we'll have well, when I checked this morning, Monday and Tuesday had over 25,000 people. So you're going to see, I'll explain this when Reshma gets on as well, but you'll see slightly smaller numbers in the Zoom, but we also have YouTube streaming and people coming on and checking in. So yeah, it's great. So just give me a pronunciation of your last name quickly so I don't mangle it.
So Zarin Sarpungal.
Sarpungal.
Sarpungal. Yep.
Sarpungal. Great.
And I just added Reshma.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Reshma.
How's it going?
Oh, it's great. How are your beautiful babies?
Everybody is doing well today. I'm still, I'm still alive right now.
Exactly. Excuse me.
Yesterday was a tough day. Today is a so far decent day. So,
are you in the city?
we are. We're in Wayne Scott. I was in the city though yesterday. We've kind of been back and forth a little bit. Not too much, but
I haven't gone back. I'm up the road from you.
In East Hampton?
Yeah.
Really? Where are you?
You know where lunch is or the lobster roll?
Yeah.
I'm right, maybe like half a mile down the road on the ocean side, on the ocean.
I did not know that.
Yeah, come over. We can do a
Social distance meeting.
We got all sorts of toys and we're on the beach and the kids are just.
That's awesome.
It's crazy time over here. But we've been here since March and I'll go back in June, July, mid-July for a doctor's appointment. And
yeah.
I've been very lucky. So I was just saying to Zarin that we've had 25,000 people, I counted for Monday and Tuesday, come through. And I haven't looked at today's exact numbers, but they're trending as they were yesterday. So when you see everybody in the Zoom chat, those numbers are a lot lower than what the overall audience is because we're streaming. So it's pretty exciting. The one thing I just want to check in with Zarin about is there's going to be a Q&A box. Questions will come in. Are you comfortable navigating that and giving the questions and then pitching the questions over to Reshma?
Yeah, how should I think about that? I'm just curious because I have some of my questions, and do I just take like whatever feels relevant, or should I try to take as many questions as possible?
I'm gonna grab some water real quick. I'll be right back.
Great. You know, I personally like to thread audience questions throughout the conversation, but
Yeah.
I also have a lot of, I feel very comfortable doing that. What a lot of the speakers have been doing is having the conversation go until 40 minutes still, and then they start to weave in the questions. And what we can do is we can also just direct message you those questions, and make it easier in your Zoom chat. So there's that. And then,
Or actually, KZ, it might be easier because we enabled the Q&A box. So Zarin, you should see there's like a separate comment box, and then you can actually pull out the Q&A window. And then all the questions that people are asking should be in that window. And we
Is it in chat? I'm just looking. Open my chat, or will it show?
I don't know, Lauren, if you can share your screen quickly for her.
I don't know if I can actually show that bar.
So
I see the Q&A box. I see it.
Yeah,
I got it.
You just pull that up. That's where people will be putting the questions.
Right. So I'll just thread those as appropriate throughout. I'll just see how it's going and then figure out how to incorporate them. How does that sound?
Exactly. So I'm going to tell people at the top here that, sorry, there's a mosquito trying to get me, that you will be taking questions probably towards the end, and then we'll keep prompting them. But the way it's going to work is I'm going to quickly come on for less than a minute. I'm going to introduce the talk, but not formally introduce you, or Reshma. You two can do that. But then I'll just do some quick housekeeping, and then you'll take it from there. And then at about 3:58, you're going to see my face, and you're going to know that it's time to wrap up, and then hand the mic to me, and I'll wrap everything up.
Okay, sounds great.
So, and where are you in the universe? I should have asked you too.
I'm in the Bay Area.
Oh, nice.
Just on the other coast from you all.
Right. We might try to get out there. Seems a little nicer.
Are you thinking about leaving?
Well, just for like maybe August, because it's so intense around here. So my sister's coming on Saturday with her husband.
Also, like you got like a packed house.
Yeah, we're in a packed house, but then they're going to go back, so we might head back with them or something. So we'll see. But we've been here. It's actually was great here in March, April, and May.
Yeah, we were here in March. Yeah, it was dead. Now it's crazy outside right now. But I don't really leave my house.
No, I haven't left either. It's been great. So yeah, but it's been rather lovely too. So where in Wainscott are you?
We're on 11 South Breeze. So we're like between SAG and East Hampton. We have like this, it's kind of like a cute little, it's not big. It's like a cute, like a little beach house. Sometimes I miss my apartment in New York because I feel like we actually had more space, and like, meaning like there was more, the walls were more concrete. Like here, it's like somebody's doing anything and it's like you could hear everybody. So, but yeah. But it's, look, I think part of the challenge is it's very hard to have your entire life in one place, like where you work out, where you eat, where you take care of your kids, where you do your work. And I think that's like, just like, I want to break free.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I just drive by myself.
Yeah.
I did it right before this. I had a meeting that could be done as a call, and I said, I am stepping out of the house to do it.
Yeah.
There are some places, like there's a library around here, the Amagansett Library, where I think you can still get Wi-Fi from the car. So you can just go park over there. There's like little hot spots. So
yeah. I was in the process of getting my license before this happened, and I failed my road test. And then I was going to retake it the week before it shut down. So I'm just like literally checking the DMV website like every day to like wait and see when they're open, because that's also part of the problem is like I can't get in a car.
Well, mine's been expired, but I think you just get a fine.
Yeah, it might be worth it.
Yeah. I know. I have to go back into Brooklyn. Yeah, no, it's good. Well, what else can I tell? I mean, we have about 3 minutes and still people will start popping on at 3 o'clock, but
Do you want us to mute ourselves, like stop our video, mute ourselves, and you introduce? Like, how are we doing the?
no. Okay, so let me give you the run of show quickly. I will. I'm just gonna do like a 1 minute quick intro with housekeeping.
Great.
Then Zaren's going to do the formal introductions, and she's going to kick off with the questions. I'm going to go off camera as soon as I do the intros. Then for the last 20 minutes, Zaren's probably going to pop in some questions from the audience, but we'll get a feel for it. If it's fast and furious, maybe we can pepper some in, depending on what Zaren wants to do. We'll feed her the questions as well, so she has help. And I'm going to pop back on like 2 minutes before the hour closes, just so we can wrap up. And then it's important to really stop around 3:59 because the YouTube stream will then cut off. So we don't want to cut you mid-sentence. And just to give you a little bit more sort of an idea of who's been attending, it's a lot of women who we've reached out to. We have a big career fair tomorrow with over 25 brands from Dell, Ernst & Young, Snap. And so a lot of women who are like looking for bigger positions, better positions, et cetera. Then we've had a huge amount of people who are here to just better their environments, be better allies, better their workplaces, really work within their families. I mean, encourage the women within their families, the girls within their families, obviously, navigate this world. And then we probably have about 2,000 people who are signed up from like human resources and talent acquisition who have been heavily engaged in the conference as well. So over, like, I think by today we'll get to about 15,500 signups for the conference, and that's sort of the breakdown there.
Great.
Yeah. So it's been good. A lot of we've had some super fans too who keep. I'm getting very familiar with people. This is day 3, so I'm like
That's a long time to put on a virtual conference.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Like when this world started, you're like, yes, this is amazing. This is easy. I just hop on a Zoom call, and it's like it's actually quite, in some ways, more exhausting to do video than to be live on stage. I'm finding, right? I don't know how you guys feel.
Oh, I have Zoom fatigue. Sorry, Zara.
I'm totally like. I have to do a bunch of stuff for Girls Who Code, but I'm not doing anymore because it's my, this as an engineer, like the delay time zaps your energy actually. So like I've stopped doing video for like with my team. I'm like, I'm not getting on video. Like because it's not doing the thing that you wanted to do, which is like get connection. It's actually zapping people's energy more. So.
Yeah.
I added some questions to the questions they noted. Did you see them? And completely fine if you didn't.
I didn't, and it's okay. Just go with it.
Okay, I'll go with it. Okay.
Yeah, just ask me whatever you want, and let's just have a conversation. We're talking, right? I'm not just talking. We're conversating.
We're conversating, but I'm primarily asking you questions in the conversation. So I'm happy to pepper stuff in. But a lot of it is because I read your book and loved it, and so have questions.
Well, feel free to kind of, tell me what you think too. So
yeah, I will.
All right.
That'll be great. And I met Tarika recently because we're on the same.
He is like me. Like she has been incredible. I don't know what I would do without her in this moment. So we've all been hanging on to each other like lifeboats.
I hear that.
Awesome. All right. Great.
And do you have your phone audio and your regular audio both on right now? We might need to mute one of them because I'm getting a weird echo. Anyone else hearing that?
Aaron's sounds a little boxy to me, but I don't know if we have time for headphones. I'm not getting an echo.
I have my headphones. Do you want me to try them?
Yeah, do you want to try them quick? If not, we can deep six them.
How's this?
I think it's better. Can you say like 1, 2, 3?
Oh, I lost her totally.
Say it again.
2, 3.
Much better.
Okay, perfect. All right. 30 seconds. All right. I think it's go time. Wow, we already have people filing in. Okay, I am Catherine Zaleski, co-founder, president of Power to Fly. You've seen me many times already throughout this conference, so thank you for coming back in for our second to last keynote. I'm very excited about this keynote about bravery in a remote world, led by Reshma Saujani and Zarin Sarpangal. They're going to introduce themselves more, but before I get there, I'm going to give my obligatory housekeeping note. Everybody knows that audio and video is turned off, but this is a conversation and you can put your questions in the chat window. We're also encouraging people to put it in the Q&A window. It's a little easier for this, the moderator to be able to see those questions. We love the chats that are coming in. The last chat had 16 pages of encouraging chats that I sent over to the participants. We're very excited to see them after the chat, so keep them coming. We will be very strict about the code of conduct, though, and we will remove anybody from the conference who doesn't abide by the code of conduct, which is in the at the top of the chat window. So please read that again. And finally, the code for SHRM credits is up in the corner of the slide here. And so please make sure to copy that down so you get the proper credit. So without further ado, I am going to pass the mic over to Zarin. Thank you so much, Reshma.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. Thank you. Well, hi, everyone. I am Zarin Sarpangal from Code for America and really looking forward to this conversation. For those who don't know, I'm just going to do a really brief overview of Code for America, just because we're hiring tech nonprofit that believes government can work for the people, by the people in the digital age, especially starting with the people who need it the most. So we believe you can enhance digital services that government provides in service delivery by really centering the user who's going to be accessing those food security, criminal justice, as well as cash benefits, all of those things that are important in general, but especially very much needed right now. So in addition, we have a huge network of volunteers around the country. And so, as I noted, we're in a fortunate position to be hiring, which I'm really grateful for at this time. So I joined Code for America as the head of finance and people, which are two areas I love. And I really joined them because the mission resonated. But it was really a non-traditional career path for me. So Reshma, like all of the stuff you noted around being brave was definitely things I had to learn how to exercise as I took on this role. And as somebody who's a recovering perfectionist and a recovering pleaser, I'm pretty excited to have this conversation with you to start to think about how we can be more brave, just in general in our lives and in our work. So looking forward to that.
Amazing.
So Reshma, just can you take us, like, I'd love first an introduction of you and also just taking us to the beginning of your journey of why you decided to share more with the world around what being brave and not perfect really looks like and why the world needed to hear this message.
Well, I'm the CEO and founder of Girls Who Code, which is a nonprofit that's trying to close the gender gap in computer science and technology. If you had asked me, like, even 10 years ago, whether this is what I would be doing, I would have probably laughed at you. You know, I was a lawyer working in finance. I was an activist. My passion was to change the world by being a public servant. And I never really thought about a career in the nonprofit space, or just quite frankly, thought that I would be good at that. And I ran for office in 2010 for United States Congress. I basically did what Ocasio did 10 years ago, except she won and I lost. And that journey was so powerful because I literally failed spectacularly. And it was the first time in my life that I feel like I really tried at something and I didn't give up before I tried. Like most of the things I'd done before, I knew I had a shot at actually doing. And this was like this big stretch and it was like my dream. And I lost. I mean, I got like 19% of the vote. I was broke. I was humiliated. I had pissed off the entire Democratic establishment by not waiting my turn. But the biggest aha moment for me was the day after when I woke up and I looked at myself and I said, like, oh my God, I'm not broken. I had thought for so long that if I had tried something and it didn't work, that it would almost physically break me and that I would not be able to recover. And so it sparked me asking myself, like, what are the other things that I've talked myself out of? And one of the things that I was really moved by was, like, when I was running for office in 2010, I would go into computer science classes and I would just see rows and rows of boys who looked like Mark Zuckerberg. And I thought, where are the girls? Where are the people of color? And I thought, after I lost my race, like, okay, of all the problems that I saw, of all the things that I thought I saw that could need to be changed, what's the thing that's really moving me? Like, what's guiding my intellectual curiosity right now, or my curiosity as an activist? And it was this issue. And it was a strange issue for me to actually, like, dip my toe into, because I wasn't a coder. I wasn't a technologist. I didn't know how to run a nonprofit. I mean, there were a million reasons why I was the last person to take on this issue, but I was really moved by it. And I was really moved by it, as a daughter of refugees who just, I stand here as the product of the American dream and of getting an excellent education. And that dream is not alive for so many girls and so many people of color today. And so that's really what inspired me to start Girls Who Code. And then what started this movement around bravery and perfection is, again, as a lifelong feminist and activist, being in the company of girls and literally watching how coding becomes a metaphor for bravery, how so many of them come into our classroom and are like, oh, I can't, this, right? Like it's certainly like, coding, that's not for me. I'm not smart enough. I'm not good enough. That's him over there. And just watching them figure it out and teaching them, and then watching their entire world just open up. And so coding became this metaphor for bravery. And I wrote Brave Not Perfect and started building this bravery movement kind of on this quest of, like, maybe if we unlearned perfectionism, we would get more women in Congress. We would get more women in the Fortune 500. We would get more women as entrepreneurs, and we would get women who are happier. And again, that goes alongside fighting against racism and sexism and all the things that hold us back, but also, like, the things that, because we've been conditioned to be this way, hold us back too.
Yeah, that's so interesting to hear you say. And I see the poll where a lot of women are saying, like, 75% or higher are all navigating some elements of perfectionism and having that hold us back. And Reshma, something you said really resonated for me is, a lot of messages that women or girls get, right, from like parents, society, media, is how we should be, or here are the things we're going to be good at. Like you said, right? Girls get these messages. You're not great at coding. Coding's for boys. So how do you discover what is really authentic to you when it can be so clouded?
Yeah, it's such a great question, because I think what happens is, at a young age, probably around 11 or 12, we start having, like, what is not a growth mindset. We think we're either good at something or bad at something. When we do something good, people say, oh, that's so great, you're so smart. And we get addicted to this affirmation, right? And so we start learning almost how to give up before we even try. And the adults around us actually further this mentality because they want to protect us. Like, oftentimes I always tell people, go to any playground and you'll see what I'm talking about. When it's our sons, we say, oh, climb up to the top of the monkey bars and just jump. You know what I mean? The more you injure yourself, the better for you, because you're going to toughen yourself up. But for our girls, we're always trying to protect and coddle them. And when they're little, it starts in the name of physical protection. We don't want our girls to get hurt. We are there to protect them. And as they get older, it continues into psychological protection. We don't want them to try something and not be good at it, right? So if they're bad at gymnastics and they come home and they're like, I don't want to do it, mommy, we're like, okay, fine. Why don't you try swimming? And so we start again getting stuck in the things that we're good at. And we confuse that between being good at something and liking something.
Yeah, and it's been I've continued to navigate this, right? It's continuing to just say, oh, I'm good at math or Excel. Why don't I just do that more when it's not the thing that excites me or makes me want to read about it at midnight, right? And
Right.
how do we continue to listen to that voice is a challenge
Right.
that we face, but it's important too. But Rachel, I think one of the things you noted, which I'm also curious about, is, you said you would keep doing stuff that would make you seem smart and competent, right?
Yeah.
Like initially in your career, and you keep doing that and people are like, great, you've looked smart and competent in that. Let's give you other opportunities that are very similar. And at the same time, women right now don't have the same levels as men do in society. So it feels risky to try something gutsy and fail when we need to be seen as smart and competent.
Yeah.
Right. So how have you thought about that for yourself?
It's such a catch-22 because, Carol Dweck says, like, if life were one long grade school, girls would rule the world.
Yeah.
We're so competent. We're so smart. We get all A's, but why aren't we running the world?
Yeah.
Right? And you see it over and over and over again. These women, I mean, quite frankly, I feel like we saw in the last presidential election, right? You saw the most prepared, best person for the job not get it for that guy, right? And we see this all the time. And so in the real world, what worked for us in school is not the rules of the game anymore. And it's like we almost didn't get the memo. And so we have to shift. I think the thing is we're really facing that right now. Like perfectionism is the end of women in this pandemic, right? I don't know about you, but every day I end my day and just like, I'm done because I'm CEOing, I am Brave Not Perfect authoring, I am doing laundry and cooking and cleaning in between every meeting, every Zoom call, right? And it's like, you don't get the freedom, or if you feel like you got to do it all. And no one's giving us a break. And everything we read is like, oh, you should learn how to play guitar, or you should learn how to bake banana bread, or maybe sourdough bread, right? And you have all these expectations, and your kids have all these expectations if you have kids. So it's very challenging. It's very challenging. And I know a lot of my female friends feel like in this moment, I need to step back from my career because it's just too much. And it's again, because we are uncomfortable letting balls drop, right? We're uncomfortable staring at a dirty load of laundry that's right there, or our house feeling messy, or we're uncomfortable when our kids walk into our Zoom calls and we press pause or we press video because we don't want to seem like we're not professional. And it's not crazy that we feel this way because we're penalized for it. But now in this moment, like rubber is hitting the road, right? And something's got to give, or else we're going to walk out of the health crisis and we're going to have lost percentages of women of color who have said, I cannot do this. I need to lean out. And I hate using that like lean in, lean out word, but it's like I have to basically put this part of my identity on hold for this other part.
Yeah, and it's so hard because I hear the sentiment. I'm like, I can't do everything at an A+ level. There's just too much to do. And a lot of the systems that you generally had in place to even enable you to kind of swim no longer exist. But that thought, like, I loved a lot of pieces of advice that you had. And there was one where it's like, it's okay to be with 90% or 80% for that matter, when we all really strive to be 100% at everything. I bet there's many of us that cringe at that thought, right? Like, that logically, and it's really hard when you're putting it in place. So what advice do you have for people just to be okay?
I don't know about you at Code. We are having this conversation at Girls Who Code right now, right? Because it is a majority of incredible women who are brilliant and are not used to not doing everything perfectly. And we ascribe to this philosophy, right? Of figuring out 80 or 85. The problem is 80 or 85 doesn't feel good. It's good enough for the work. You just don't end your day being like, I did it. Whereas,
I got a B.
Whereas men actually really do. And there's not a lot, in freeing up your time in this moment when you're literally stuck in your house, there's not a lot of time for you to feel innovative or creative and take that time and orient it towards something else. And I think that's part of the problem, right? Is like, in the real world, if you're like, if I send an email with a typo in it and I don't read it 100 times, or if I, do this project, to my 80%, which is everybody else's 120%, I now have time to do things for me.
Mhm.
And now that time is actually not there, right? And so it's a very hard kind of push and pull that we're feeling right now, and it's tough.
Yeah. And it's such a journey that you have to go through, I think, even as organizations. Like, how do you help determine what are the right priorities? I keep calling them glass balls. Like, what are our glass balls that we can't drop? And what are plastic balls that are okay to drop? And how do we also individually do that in our lives, right? Like, maybe my kids' health is a glass ball, but maybe them doing everything on their school list is not really a glass ball. And how do I think about that?
One of my board members used the word that many organizations are thinking about in this moment is just to glide.
Yeah.
To glide. And I like that, because it's not to pause. You know what I mean? It's not to stop. It's not to grow or scale, because we have to acknowledge at some point that's just not realistic. But it's to just move. You know what I mean? With minimal effort, but you're moving forward.
Yeah. So Rachel, I'm curious, if you see the other poll, people have said between the ages of 11 to 15 is the first time they remember choosing not to do something.
That makes sense.
Yeah, due to the fear of failure. Yeah, you said that makes sense to you. Can you speak more about that?
Well, because that's when we start doing that calculation in our head, and we start seeing how other people are judging us and thinking about us. And oftentimes we learn that from the adults that are in the room. And so we literally do that calculation of like, am I good enough to do this? Will people like me if I say this, how I really feel? I don't know if I want to try that because I already don't think I'm good at it. And then what's sad is that it's so young. And so there's really only this moment of almost 10 years of our life where we are walking around feeling like we can do anything. And it is 11, 12, 13, 14 is when this fear of failure, when imposter syndrome, when all these things that hold us back for the rest of our lives start popping in. I think the good news is before 11, you actually didn't have a fear of failure. And so part of what I want to do is like try to figure out whether at 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, you can go back to remembering what it feels like to be 10.
Yep. I know it is. It's reminding yourself as to what you did when you didn't feel the failure. So, and you noted you've done that well, right? Like you've had moments of falling down when things haven't worked out and you've kind of faced your fears. But like you've said it many times, you've had to nurse your wounds.
Oh yeah.
To get back up. Like and all of us will have to do that at different points. So what does that look like, right? Like how do you nurse your wounds during the times that you do fall?
So like my hack on failure, which is literally, I call it my hack on failure, is I give myself a certain period of time to ruminate over it, right? So when something doesn't work out for you, you're like, why did that happen? I can't believe that happened. Blah, 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 blah. That's the only thing that you can think about, right? Is like this thing not working out. And I think the problem is again, like if you let those thoughts continue for too long, it can break you, right? It can really prevent you from trying again. So I give myself, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it is. And then I move on, right? So like when I lost my election, I gave myself a month to cry about it, to think about it, to drink a lot of margaritas. And then I was done. And I wasn't going to go back to that place of like sitting with it. And that really helps me, and that's really kind of my hack on failure. The second thing I do is I surround myself with rejection. So, I used to, since I was a little girl, when I would get rejected from college and then rejected from law school and then rejected from grad school and then rejected from McKinsey and Accenture and all the places I would apply when I tried to, my first job, I would just collect all of those rejection letters and I put them into a suitcase. And, I would just look at them. I know it sounds like probably kind of crazy, right? But it helped make me feel like this failure wasn't personal. And it built my resiliency because I was always out to prove something. Oh, I'm going to show you. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to, in every time now when I go speak at Accenture or McKinsey or I go to schools, I'm like, yeah, you didn't let me in. You didn't think I was good enough. Right. And so even now, like when this happens, because I get rejected monthly about something I apply for or something I'm trying to do. I just post it on my refrigerator and I literally surround myself with rejection. And so the sting of it, the personalness of it goes away.
I really like the concept. Like, let's take the personal away from it. This happens.
Yeah.
And there are many things we're also good at. And there are times when things are not going to work out. And I think as women in general, I remember hearing this quite a lot. Like, we're good at personalizing it and also making it permanent and pervasive. Like, if I got rejected from this one thing, that must mean I'm a failure in everything else. And that's not the case.
Right. Like if I didn't get into law school, I never should be a lawyer. Right. Yes. If I got my first book proposal rejected, I should never write a book. Like it is. It's such a great way of saying it, Seren, like that it's permanent, right? And it's personal. And it's not like that for men. No. It's certainly not like that for men.
No. I've noticed how I have dealt with rejection and my husband has dealt with rejection, and it's taught me a lot. I'm like, oh, how can I shake it off in the same way that he does?
Yep.
Which is great. Well, Reshma, your TED Talk went viral, which, a lot of this message really resonates with a lot of people. And you can even see in the chat, it's continuing to resonate with people. I'm curious, since a lot of people have seen the TED Talk, how have you seen things shift, right? Like, are you seeing girls getting this message,
Yeah, and girls and women. I always, it's funny, people always get my book and they're like, I'm going to give this to my daughter. And I'm like, no, you read it. Like, you read it because it starts with you. It's kind of wild to me. So, the 5 million people watch the talk. I decided I was going to write a book because I really wanted to understand, like, is there something about bravery and perfection? Can you unlearn it? How does it happen? And like, can you actually unlearn it? Like that was and I wrote the book and, I did 150 speeches last year. And what was it was, the book was a bestseller on every bestseller list and it sold really well. And it really resonated with people because I think the thing is whether you're Black, you're brown, you're gay, you're trans, you're straight, you're 18 or you're 80, you are literally like erasing the code of your life. You are giving up before you even try. That voice in your head is so loud that tells you can't do something. And often these behaviors, whether I'm in Brazil, India, Chicago, Baltimore, or Kansas, they show up in the same ways. We have the same kind of patterns of behavior. So like, for example, any boardroom, any classroom, any office, I'm giving a talk, it's Q&A time. What happens? First 10 hands raised, men. I know. What are the women doing? We're thinking about the question. We're perfecting it. We're writing it down. We're asking ourselves, is that smart? Should I say that? Only to never get the chance to ask. And then what happens in that dynamic? Joe next to us thinks we got nothing to contribute. So why do we need women here? They have nothing to say. And we watch Joe ask the same question that we would have asked, except we probably would have said it better. And we're pissed, right? Because now he's so super smart and so brilliant, and who are we? And so that dynamic is actually in every single workplace. Every single interaction is like, you see this playing out. And so we do the same things. And so how do we create this habit of like hand in the race before you even know what you want to say? And because that's what they do. They don't even know what they're going to ask. Even when I'm talking about women, the first 10 hands raised are men, right? It's quite remarkable. So again, there are these patterns of behavior, or like, when you're walking down the street and someone bumps into you and you say, I'm sorry, right? He or she bumped into you and you're apologizing. But if you think about it, it's all of these small acts where we shrink ourselves, we silence ourselves, we make ourselves small, that by the end of the day, we are exhausted, right? And that's the last piece. I mean, every woman I know is exhausted. So if you're running around, you don't sleep, you don't eat, you don't rest, you don't do things for yourself, how are you ever going to make the braver choice? Like, you can't be brave if you're tired. And we're so tired. So, I mean, it's really fascinating to me how like, there's so many things. And the thing is like, look, I did my first march when I was 13. I started an organization called Pride. to teach people about racial prejudice in my community because we were one of the few brown peoples. And my sister and I were talking about this the other day. I mean, the amount of discrimination that I faced when I was young was, I mean, severe, you know, like being beat up, bullied, my house spray painted, you know, house broke. I mean, it was intense, right? Because, you know, the 80s were also, you know, an intense time period. And so I've been in this fight against racial justice for what seems like my entire life. But the one thing that I feel like I've learned about, you know, fighting, we have to continue to fight racism and sexism, but we also have to give women and people of color strategies to thrive in the culture as it is, right? And that's really what I'm trying to do with this bravery moment is like, how do I give you strategies to help you in this world where we don't like strong women, we don't appreciate strong women of color, and strong women of color always have to work harder. Like, how do I give you strategies to thrive in that world? Because it's going to take some time while we stomp it down, you know?
Completely, yeah. And Reshma, as you say that, first, thanks for like sharing your story. And it completely resonates. Like, how do we find sexism and racism in our world? And I'm big on like, how do I give others tools to do it for themselves first, as the culture is going to take time to evolve. And we can't be exhausted while that culture is waiting to evolve because there's a lot to do. How can women support each other in this moment, especially those of us that have more privilege? Like, what would you like to see that could make a difference? And how do we be brave for each other?
Yeah, I think sisterhood is so important. It's like what we teach. It's something that like I live my life by. And I think, you know, one of the things I learned when I wrote this book that I didn't expect to learn is people always say, you know, why aren't we so nice to each other? Why are we so tough on each other? And it's because I think so many of us have like dreams and things we wanted to do, whether it's run for office, start a business, not have that second child, whatever it is, right? And we let our dreams die on the vine. And then we see other people doing the exact same thing that we wanted to do, and we're left with regret and envy. And it's that regret and envy that eat us up inside, but that also make us so not tolerant of one another or not supportive of each other. And so I always say to women, go to where your regret and envy is, right? When you see a strong woman who's like doing her thing and the first feeling you feel is you want to critique her, stop yourself and say, why do I feel this way? Or if you're someone who has benefited from privilege, I always say, my generation, like I was breastfeeding in like a closet, you know what I mean? I didn't have the courage to ask for things that I needed. But these young women, they just, I love it, right? They ask for what they want, what they deserve. And so for me, I feel like I'm there to just support them. Even though I didn't have those things, even though I didn't have those benefits, even though I didn't, you know what I mean? I'm here to basically not to make it different for them. And I think we have to continue to acknowledge that. Like we can't walk through the door and then slam it shut. We have to open it wide. But the last thing is too, and my friend Tiffany Defoe always says this, and I love it. Sometimes we make too much of this narrative that we are not good to each other. I mean, everything that has ever happened to me is because of women and helping me. From Hillary Clinton, right? Who would ask me to introduce her, in speeches and give me a platform or give me advice, to Rochelle Parham or Beth Comstock or Mary Barra, and just incredible, or women like Moira Forbes, or, people who worked in publishing magazines. So many of my South Asian sisters who were like, look at this girl, like, my first 500 likes, right, on anything. And it's just, so I do think that women lift each other up. And I do think that we do have a very strong sisterhood that we have to also appreciate that really exists out there. And sometimes we let this other narrative kind of seep into it. And then we feel like it's not possible for us to have this unity as women, when I actually think it is.
Yeah, completely. I think it definitely is. And similar to you, I feel like a lot of my champions or sponsors have been other women who've just elevated me or have shown me ways in which I can show up that I didn't even know was possible. So I think it's very important. Rishma, we've touched on this a bit, but I'd love to talk through, like right now we're really dealing with two very different crises, right? Like there's the pandemic and one for racial justice. Like, and the latter has been here for years, right? It's just made more acute in recent times. So I think for us, like for me, it like crystallizes that we all need to be just braver in what we're doing versus holding out perfect. Like, what does that mean to you right now for individuals? And even for organizations, which we can talk about as well.
Yeah, it's so complicated, right? Because one would think braver means we got to innovate more, we got to put ourselves out there. I actually think braver in this moment means we need to take care of ourselves, right? Which is not, and so I think it's always like so important to me. What do we mean by bravery? Because I think in this moment, there's a lot of pressure that we feel to like, to do more, to lean in more, to, you know, and to do it perfectly. Like I think about this in this moment, you know, since George Floyd's murder, a lot of people are not being allies because they want to be the perfect ally and they don't want to say the wrong thing. So they say nothing at all, which is wrong, right? Which is worse. And so I've been talking a lot and thinking a lot about, you know, to encouraging people to be okay to make mistakes. And maybe you'll say the wrong thing and it's okay. Like I've said the wrong thing. I'm sure you've said the wrong thing, whatever it is, right? So I think it's really important to still use your voice to speak and to honor and acknowledge your privilege. You know, there's a great article that I read today. I think the thing that's making people feel so uncomfortable, white people feel so uncomfortable right now, is basically having to really acknowledge that they have unearned privilege. And that in this moment, yes, donate, yes, support, yes, post on Instagram, but also take 10 minutes to think about your own interactions with Black people, your own socialization of anti-Blackness, right? As you know, a South Asian woman, we have so much in our community that we need to like reckon with, you know what I mean? And I've had so many conversations with my family members and Asian American, like in our community, right? Like how will we show up as strong allies, right? How do we show up to acknowledge, you know, that there is actually a hierarchy of oppression, you know, that it is different to be born as a Black child in America today than to be born as an Asian one or South Asian one. And so I really encourage everybody to lean into these conversations and to sit in your discomfort. And to me, that is bravery. And that's the type of bravery that we need right now from people.
Yeah, and I want to plus one that it's going to feel uncomfortable because doing something, it's going to feel uncomfortable. Like for me, having a conversation with my parents about what's going on in the world as a South Asian woman that was raised with very, with cultural messages about how I needed to say okay to everything that my parents said was a brave conversation. I didn't get it right, but I'm glad it was step one in the right direction.
Yeah. And you know how I think it's like it's so important, right? And I think everything is where everybody's having these very tough, uncomfortable conversations right now. And I think it's important, you know, and I think on your point about COVID, I do feel like this has been an enormously tough time for Black and brown people in terms of who's been affected by COVID. I mean, just a devastating time. I mean, tough is an understatement, right? Even in our work in education, in remote education, far more young kids of color are actually not able to access remotely and are, you know, trying to go to school in a Burger King parking lot. It's going to set us back. You know, when I think about women and the challenges that women are facing in this moment and all of the unseen work, all of the pressure and the exhaustion, you know, all of the women who, again, I mean, from sexual violence to domestic abuse, it's just, again, like this moment as a gender, you know, is going to set us back. And so a lot of that is just really hard to, you know, when you're in this work to grapple with, because you're like, for me, like, you know, I spent 8 years banging down the doors to gender parity. And I have to look at this moment and say, I just can't probably teach as many girls as I need to teach right now, you know, because that's not because I can't, and not because I don't have the resources to, but because that's not where our hearts and souls are actually needed right now, maybe, you know, in this moment. And so, you know, these are a lot of questions. You know, I have a staff full of young activists, and we had these really powerful conversations last week. And, you know, for so many of them, it's like they're on the streets every day. and they're trying to work, and they're trying to, you know what I mean? And it's painful and it's hard, and I grew up Rodney King, Trayvon Martin, I organized, all of it, right? It's been a continuation. But for some young people right now, this is the first time that they're just like, enough. And that's really hard to be doing that in the middle of a global pandemic.
Yeah, I think the pandemic complicates things in such a profound way, and I think gives I think for all of us, and especially for me, space to be like, where do I want to be showing up and really putting in my energy, without it necessarily just being like, this is what I've always done.
Yeah, I don't know if you read, I was really moved by Arundhati Roy's piece about we're in the middle of a portal right now. And I just really resonated with that. Like, in what she was basically saying is like, we are in the middle of like the past and the future. Donald Trump, the health crisis, everything that's happening is an acceleration, right? To get rid of the past and the way we thought about things so we can get into the future. And the future is about justice, and the future is about equity, and the future is about healing, And so part of you is just being able to just glide through this moment for those of us that like are ready for that future, and to not deplete ourselves as we get there.
I think that's beautifully said. I'm curious, Reshma, you alluded to this. Like, is there something that, you're at Girls Who Code, which is amazing. Like, is there something that you're doing in this moment, especially, right, with the pandemic, with everything going on with racial justice, that's brave, or that you're really proud of?
Yeah.
In the organization?
I love my team. We were just talking about Tarika, who's my COO, and just, we very quickly, and I think because we did the work as a team to be a team, that we very quickly kind of saw this, not coming, but like the impact on our work. And because we were aligned, I shouldn't say because we were aligned, because we weren't aligned, because in many ways we have different opinions and different roles and different lanes. But because we knew how to work together, we quickly could get to like what we want to do. And so, we had programs that were in schools that were shut, in companies that were shut, in colleges that were shut. And we quickly, in weeks, built this virtual program that launched 2 days ago, where we taught 5,000 girls from all across the world. You know what I mean? More girls than we'd ever taught before. And it is, as Tarika says, the program is majestic, best in class, right? For a virtual coding program for girls. And, and so in that sense, I'm really proud. We had Girls Who Code at Home. We were the first to kind of put out this like at-home education products. And now, millions of girls who, looked at it, downloaded it, parents. So like, we were very innovative and very quick and very responsive to the moment. And I'm really proud of us for doing that. But at times that comes at a cost, right? Where when you're trying to operate so quickly and do things so fast and like put it out there, and all this stuff is happening in the world, it's like this balance that isn't. It's almost like, balance. When people say, well, how do you do balance as a mom? You don't do balance as a mom. It all sucks. And it's kind of the same thing. Like, if you're an organization that is about social justice, that is about education, that is about women, that is girls, people of color, it is hard, because you have to do the work because the world needs you. And you, like every other human on this planet, is worried that your family's going to get sick, that your kids are going to get sick, that you're going to get sick. You're trying to work with your kids at your feet. You have so much uncertainty. You're looking at the world and the social and civil unrest and the injustice, and you heart breaks every minute. When you see another Black person just murdered, like it's nothing. And so you're grappling with that intensity. At the same time, you're trying to make the world a better place. And it's not easy.
No.
And I know you're like, we're in the same line of work. And so you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's not easy. And what comes up for me as you say that is the importance of self-care for yourself during those moments, because you actually you can't be completely run down as you're trying to solve that.
And you can't give yourself, oftentimes I think as activists or people in this space, you're like, you almost feel like, well, I'm supposed to be tired all the time. I'm supposed to be on all the time. How you almost feel guilty actually being happy. Like, there are times when I'm sitting outside with my kid. I have a 4-month-old baby and a 5-year-old. Yeah, my maternity leave got canceled when this all happened. But there are times where I'm like, playing with him and I feel guilty that I'm not on my computer or I'm not doing something or creating something, and then I have to stop myself and say, no. Like, if I don't feel replenished, if I don't feel human, if I dehumanize myself, like I can't step up in this moment.
Mm-hmm. So true. And Reshma, it's also, I think, as we've talked to, it's a good way, like, for all of us to pause and replenish ourselves as we continue to contribute to what could be next. I'm curious, like, how do you think about that from like an organizational culture standpoint, right? Like, how do organizational cultures need to shift or change or be in this moment, right?
Yeah, we're working on this now. I mean, look, I think the thing is we have to acknowledge, I wrote a 7-page memo to myself this weekend because I was just really struggling with this idea and saying, okay, what can I do? And I went and I said to myself, okay, what are the things for me that would make me feel better in this moment? A vaccine, a new president, you know what I mean? Like, and not having to work in the same house with my children, right? Like having some separation. And when I said to myself, you know what, those things are not going to change for a while, months. And I know that those are going to make me feel better. And so how do I do that for my team? Knowing that these are things that are just, again, it's the world is upside down right now. It's not the work, right? It's the world. And so, we've done a lot of like, can we close the office at the same time for a week and a half, at the end of the summer? What does flexible work look like for parents? Do we give, our employees an opportunity to go out there and protest and we'll bail you out? Like, what is that? And I think the thing is the challenge is it's not uniform. Every single employee is having a different experience and has a different reaction to that moment. And so I think part of it is just, again, this constant communication and transparency and checking in. And look, we're not, at Girls Who Code, we have been, our staff they're in it with us, and we're not perfect leaders. And I say that all the time. Like, we make not just mistakes, or like, we can be better, right? And yeah, we make mistakes. And so I think part of it is you almost have to create a new social contract with your employees and say, okay, this is what the next 6 months are going to look like. What do we do to not only survive, but to thrive? And how do we design something together? And I think as CEOs, part of it is like this trade-off. Like, I am the visionary, the ideas person. My eyes are always bigger than my face. Is that what it is? Is that the line? Like, I look at this moment, and when I'm angry or I'm unsettled or I'm pissed, it makes me want to grow and scale. Like, I thrive in crisis, but that's me, right? And so part of me has to always say, is that worth it? I can, Steve Jobs used to always say, like, he would kind of upend, like mind bind, right? And get people to move along with them and like do things that no one thought like was humanly possible. That is the way that I have led in many ways. But in this moment, I don't think I can mind bend. Like, I don't think I can move and muscle people along. I can't even move and muscle myself along, right? In this moment. And so I think it's just really recognizing that we are in a very different place right now.
Yeah, so true. It's just being self-aware of that, and what your natural instinct is may not be what's needed.
No, and it's not.
Yeah,
you know what
exactly.
I mean? Which is why I have Tarika, right? Yeah. Because and Fergus and Deborah and other people on my leadership team, because I think we have really good conversations, and we respect each other. And I think it's about being able to do that with your leaders, and you can't lead from from here.
Yeah, which makes sense. I'm going to encourage people who have questions in Q&A to please post them, and we'll get to that. And as people are doing that, Reshma, I'm going to do a lightning round with you, which is basically, I'll do a quick 10 questions, and you'll basically answer the first sentence that comes to mind. So it'll be super quick and short. So finish this sentence for me. To me, bravery is?
Not being perfect.
My latest act of bravery was?
My latest act of bravery was crying in a staff meeting.
And the most recent moment I struggled with perfection was?
Yesterday, as I was navigating my son's kindergarten and
What
feeling
if-
like I screwed up the deadlines, which I probably did.
I know that feeling all the time. What's one of the best pieces of advice you've gotten?
You know, to fail fast and fail often.
What are some of the top values that guide you?
Humility, kindness, and courage.
What is currently on your nightstand?
Currently on my nightstand, a lot of CBD oil.
That's great. What's an ordinary moment of joy for you?
Waking up with my baby in the morning and just, he's so happy to see me. And we spend every morning, I have him listen to old Indian music and I just sing to him before I start my day.
That's beautiful. What is one of your favorite or go-to self-care things?
Working out. I start off every day with some sort of fitness routine.
That's great. At the end of your life, how do you want to be remembered?
That I cared.
And what's one thing you want everyone here to take away?
You can't be brave if you're tired, and so rest.
That's great. Yes, rest. Great. Well, thanks, Reshma, for doing that. Let me see what the Q&A is that's come through, and I'll note that. One thing that's interesting is someone noted that the notion of building resiliency is interesting. And can you especially address the privilege surrounding resilience or grit? Because many people of color are really resilient and they're stretched to survive the incredible scope.
Yeah.
Sometimes don't impact people of privilege. Yeah.
Well, it's funny. I mean, I think that like I was raised, and I'm sure you were raised, and many of my Black and brown sisters were raised where our parents told us, you got to be better. You got to be smarter. You got to work twice as hard. And they weren't crazy for saying that. It was true, right? Like because our credentials or our, you know, whether we were prepared or ready or smart enough or good enough is always questioned. You know, we had to be even more on our game. And so we're doubly not rewarded, right, for working harder or for being better or for being more perfect because it doesn't actually pay off. And so I think that's when people always say, you know, what's one of the hardest things that you're trying to teach right now in terms of even for you in accepting? And this is it, right? Because I do think that we don't live in a society where failure is an opportunity for all of us. Failure is mostly just a privilege for white men right now. And we pay real consequences for failing or for being imperfect. And you see it in every single study, whether it's the way Black girls are treated in school, whether it's like women being disbarred from the law, whether it's, you know, financial repercussions for women in terms of the risk that they take in the financial services sector. So, I mean, the evidence is there that women are not rewarded for failure and for imperfection. And so how do I go around telling everybody to do it? And I think part of why I think we need to recognize why we need to keep doing it is like in the beginning, for those of us who do fail and take a risk, the consequences are going to be high. But if we change this mindset for all of us and for our girls, it won't be unusual when you see a woman fail or not succeed. And you will want to actually give her another try, or, you know, you will allow her to learn from her failures and to grow from that because it won't seem so unusual. And that's really what I'm trying to teach.
That's great. Another question that comes up is what advice do you give to young activists, especially in these times?
To march, to be on the streets, to get arrested is crazy. I mean, like, I probably shouldn't say that, but I'm just going to say it. I mean, why this moment has just been, it would have been so easy in the middle of COVID after George Floyd's murder for all of us to have stayed at home because it's scary being out there. And I have so much admiration for the young people who put their bodies and their lives on the line to like basically hold us to what is right and what is just. And what you've seen for the first time in a long time is these really nationwide conversations about police reform and defunding the police. And, you know, what does this mean? Like, how can we change? You're seeing white people all across the country have conversations, conversations about privilege that are making them feel uncomfortable in a good way, right? And so that would not have happened without these protests, you know? And so I think it was a huge, huge gift, you know what I mean, to our country. And so I want to thank every young activist out there, but I also want to tell you to take care of yourself and to rest, because it's exhausting and it can feel overwhelming. And if you don't see, like, it's almost like I always say, it's like I rest and then I fight, I rest and then I fight, I rest and then I fight, you know? And so if you're taking a day where you're just watching Netflix and you're not out there, it's okay. Go out tomorrow. Like you have to basically build in rest into your activism so you don't burnt out, because we are in this for the next 6 months. I mean, this election is going to be really tough. We're going to have a constitutional crisis. I predict it right here, right? So we are going to be on the streets in September, October, November, and December. This is a long fight.
Yeah, and so someone noted, which a question that goes hand in hand with that is, what core strengths like keep you going and build your confidence, you know, in the face of adversity? Like Reshma, like what is it specifically for you that keeps you going in these moments?
Well, I think resiliency. I think growing up with Desi parents who were really tough on me, who never said good job, great work, you know what I mean? Yeah. Actually, right, you know what I'm talking about, built a lot of resiliency. So I didn't need a lot of affirmation, because I never got it, right? I never think I'm good enough. Meaning, like, people always say to me, "Oh, aren't you satisfied in your career?" And I'm like, "No, I'm actually not. I haven't done what I'm supposed to do yet. I haven't achieved everything I'm supposed to achieve yet." And so I think that is it. Thank you, Mom and Dad, right, for that, and a lot of therapy and figuring that one out, whether it's good or bad. But so I think that that's one. I think the other thing is, the older I've gotten, and I think it's from having a lot of public failure, the more I've become like Cardi B and like no F's given. Like, I just don't really care what people think about me. Like, I don't really care, you know, about getting validation from people. And I piss a lot of people off in terms of, because I have a lot to say, and not everybody agrees with me, right? So I think that you have to have a thick skin, right? And I learned that from my first congressional election, where when I ran for office and I would read the chat section, people had stuff to say about my hair, about my weight, about what I said, like, you know, and literally you could just get a huge emotional mental breakdown just reading it. And so I learned early, and I learned that in my 30s, right, to just shrug it off.
Yeah, and it's learning to shrug it off, because no matter how great you are, like people say, "Oh, I did this and 80% of people supported me." I'm like, there's still the 20 that didn't. Yeah. And you can either focus on that, or you can focus on the 80, or you can just focus on what matters to you. And
if you look at some amazing women, Stacey Abrams, Congresswoman Ocasio, it's like, they have a lot of love, but they have a lot of hate. And it's not easy. And I think, like, in this world, especially the social media world, where we need so much public validation, it's even harder to be brave that way, because we're not kind of set up. I mean, the other thing I want to say, I know we're getting close to time, is that people think that when you do something brave and you write your piece and you put yourself out there, that it feels really good. 99% of the time, it doesn't. Right? Because it's very emotionally taxing, and you're going to get a lot of negative feedback, right? So recognize that is part of the journey, that it's not supposed to feel good. It's actually probably supposed to feel not great, but you did the right thing and you don't have regrets. And that's the part that feels good.
Yeah. And again, like keeping that perspective can only happen when you're not tired versus when you're running ragged, which is so true. Reshma, a question came that's slightly different. Is what advice do you have for girls in college that still don't know exactly what they want to do?
I saw this amazing David Brooks speech, and I'm just going to like copy him because I think what he said was really important. He said, look, right now we are all living in the valley. This is a once in a lifetime unprecedented moment. So don't worry too much about like what you're supposed to do. See this as a passage of time. And so if that relieves some of the pressure from you, it should, right? And the second thing he said is in terms of like, if you're trying to figure out what to do with your life, like it's quite clear, like the adults in the room, like we've left you a broken country, a divided nation. Like your destiny, your calling is to heal it, is to fix it. And so whatever you want to do, think about how it can have a bent towards bringing us together rather than ripping us apart. And I thought that that was really spot on.
That's beautiful. I think this will be our last question. What's your opinion on the power of anger for women?
There's a lot of power in anger. I think there's a lot of power in authenticity. You know, I think for so long we try to make people please and, you know, not lose it, right? And I think that we walk around really angry, not all the time. And I think when we're angry, we need to express our anger. We need to express our anger. It's the same way that we need to express our vulnerability. You know, like I was saying, I'm sure like a lot of you, like the past couple months have been hard. And I was certainly one of those women that I would be like, as a leader, don't cry in a board meeting. Don't cry in a staff meeting, right? Cry afterwards, but don't cry in it. And I've cried a lot as someone who cries like once a year. And afterwards, the first feeling, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I started crying. Like it felt uncomfortable for me because I started judging myself. But I realized that this moment is very different. People actually need to see that. They need to feel what you are feeling because what you're feeling is raw human emotion. And that means sometimes you're going to cry. And that means sometimes you're going to yell. And it's okay.
Yeah. And how do you give yourself, like as women, especially like grace to do that and saying it's okay?
I think it's like you just said, Sarin, like you give yourself grace and you don't sit with it. I didn't ask myself, you know, I'm not going to lie. The minute after I was like, I cannot believe I cried. And I, you know, texted oh my God, sorry. Was that weird? Right. And they're like, no, it's fine. But I didn't let myself keep thinking about it, you know, all day, all week, you know, because literally in 8 years, you know, I have never like cried and in a meeting. And I didn't just do it once. I did it for like, you know, a week and a half straight. And again, like I don't cry. And so what I was feeling was just really just how I was feeling. And I think for a lot of us, we just can't calculate and be and show up. We just have to be how we feel and how we are in the moment. And I think that's what people need right now. That's what I need, you know?
And it makes it so human and it makes people feel like it's okay, which is, I think, a really big gift.
I think a lot of us are doing a lot more crying right now.
Yeah.
I'm crying. No, I had all the feels, but this was fantastic. So I don't even want to cut it off. The comments are amazing. I think we'll get to like 20 pages of comments and just thank you so much. And, you know, I just, for taking the time, I know you're beyond busy, both you and Zarin. And so it means a lot to the community and really gave everybody a lot of strength through this talk. So thank you. Everybody, please, you know, obviously go check out Reshma's book and Zarin's organization as well. And I think we have links to them in our swag bag, our virtual swag bag. Coming up next are the next tracks, and that I encourage you all to join. Every track will be filled. And we will have our final keynote tonight with Representative Val Demings, who is on the short list for Vice President, and Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, who we all know as well. So please join me at 6 p.m. Eastern for that as well. And for now, please go and enjoy the other tracks. And also, one thing I wanted to say is that the merch that we're selling, actually 100% of it is now going to TransTech Social. We realized that 50% was not covering what we wanted to send over to TransTech Social. So we will be doing 100% now. So thank you all. All right. Bye, everybody. See you on the next tracks. Thank you so much, Resma and Saren. Bye.
Hi, everyone. I still see 26 people in the main track and a lot more viewing us on YouTube. I highly encourage everyone jump off this track and head to one of the other 4 tracks that are currently in session right now. Lots of good topics to discuss and dive into. So please exit this track and head on over to one of the other active tracks, and we will be back here at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific, and can't wait to see you then.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, Rob.
Hi there.
Turn my camera on. Just
guess
don't
we're just gonna-
remember we're streaming.
Let everyone else know that, yes, we're just doing some audio tests here. And we have plenty of programming on our other tracks that you can go and partake. Lauren, I'm just going to try dialing in from my phone.
Great.
And let's see if we can promote me. Oh,
I have an idea of
Yes.
how I think we got someone to make it work. I'm guessing we got it to work when they had the Zoom app installed on their phone. So I would maybe try both.
Yeah, let's try not having it first because I don't know what the situation is, and then we'll try the Zoom, and then let me try the Zoom app, which I obviously have.
Yeah, cool.
So I'm just gonna try the phone number first.
And this better work, Rob. I was watching a really cool conversation.
I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. But no, it is really cool. Amber's crushing it.
Yeah, she's doing a great job.
Yeah.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. If you want, the meeting has.
It's odd. It's telling me that the meeting is not yet started. I guess that's odd because the meeting has started.
Yeah, do you want me to text you the link?
Well, I'm trying from the phone. I'm trying from the master calendar invite that I've sent to them. Oh, wait a second. Never mind. Hold on. I'm in the wrong thing. I'm not too bright. Wait, give me one more time here. That was the dance party phone number. Okay. That meeting is not started, so.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. Please enter the meeting password followed by pound. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
So I'm now an attendee.
I see you. More. No, I can just allow you to talk. I can't promote you to a panelist.
Okay. And you can't make me a host either, right?
No.
Okay.
But wait, will you mute yourself here and I'll let you talk on your phone?
On my phone. Oh.
Now
you can hear me.
Yeah.
So talking is permitted, but basically, yeah. So that would technically work.
Correct.
She would just obviously have to mute herself on her phone if she wants to mute herself.
I mean, you need to mute whatever they got a really bad echo here in a second. I just muted you, Rob. Sorry. You gotta just mute one of those, either your phone or your computer, and I can unmute you. All right, I just unmuted your phone, Rob. No. You have to physically mute either your computer or your phone, or else we're gonna get a really loud screeching. I'm gonna try it again. All right, Rob. Okay.
Can you hear me?
No.
I mean, I'm hearing the echo though, but what's odd is my computer. Wait a second. Here we go. I'm sorry. It's a long week. Now that should be good.
Yes, now we're good.
Okay, cool. So basically, I'm just thinking because she's going to be running right from a markup, and we're trying to see, how soon we're going to get her. So we just want to see, I want to give her options. So, they could click that dial, that one-click dial, like put in the password, and then we can upgrade her phone.
Well, yes, we can make it as talking permitted, but we will not be able to see her face in that way.
No, yeah, I'm literally thinking she's walking from the Capitol on her phone, and when she would not want to be on the on camera, because she's literally going to be walking from the Capitol building to wherever,
Gotcha.
I just wanted to give her that option, I know we were having problems. So it just seems like we're all good there. Obviously, the ideal one would that she's just joining from Zoom.
Right, yes. And she can join like from her phone and have the camera work too. That's
Yeah, she would just have to have the Zoom app, right? Or it would come up through the the Zoom app.
Yeah, or the browser on the phone, but Zoom app would be preferable, yeah.
No, I'm just kind of thinking through like whether she's literally walking and does not want to be on camera because she's literally walking somewhere, or wherever she's be taking the call from.
Got it.
So okay, so cool. I'm just waiting for her team to get back in touch with me, so I have a better sense. But I'm glad that we worked this out.
Sounds good.
Okay, thanks, Lauren.
All right, no problem.
I'm leaving. Bye.
Experiences based on, maybe our environment that we are so used to being in has made us think these things, but they are far from true. And a lot of people don't know that there's 6 different types of biases that
was
Hi, Nick.
Hello, we are about to call the senator to get her logged in. I just want to make sure this was working right before we did that.
Yes, it is working. And I just want to let you know that while the event isn't technically live where people can join, we are streaming on YouTube. So
Okay.
that is on.
Great. And they can hear us or they just see the...
They can hear us, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Hello. Hi, everyone. Let me just promote Stephanie as well.
Turn this.
Hi, Irene, and hello, Stephanie. I just want to let everyone know that while people can't come into the room right now, we are live streaming on YouTube. So if anyone is on YouTube, they can see and hear us.
Great.
Hey. Sorry.
Hey, Catherine.
How are you? Yes.
One quick, it occurred to me, my phone is synced with my computer, so I may turn it off.
Okay.
Rather than taking text from you. Well, if it's near me, I think it's just sometimes you hear the computer rings even though the phone doesn't, even though I have the ringer off on my phone. I just don't want it to disrupt if somebody calls me.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. You can
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just telling you that's not an avenue to speak to me, but the chat will be fine.
Yeah, the chat will be easy to speak to you, and yeah. Stephanie, there's nobody on the YouTube stream yet. It is open though. Somebody can access it though. So sorry, I'm trying to do the text. Yeah, I'll just put, do you see the little chat window down there?
Let's see. Yeah.
And then there's a Q&A there. So look for your questions in the Q&A. And then there's the chat.
Yeah. What's so funny?
No, I'm just reading a text from Stephanie, but sorry. I think she was messing with me. We're all here together. My first job I was the senior news editor of Huffington Post at the age of 24, and it was a crazy job. And we actually had Ariana on these streams. We had a guy who was like one of the voices of The Simpsons, like a pretty famous voice, but he made a post-Simpsons career out of going on to live streams that were like between different news shows and clipping them and then publicizing them. So I'm very aware of open streams right now, which is what we're on. So I was sort of thinking about that. So Deanna is wrapping up. Deanna is going to ask the questions in the end if Rep Demings doesn't show up. And we just got a text from Wendy that it's not looking good. So hold out hope. But Deanna is actually wrapping up another panel right now. So she can't be on right now. But.
Should I go ahead and introduce her, or are you going to reference?
I'll reference her that she's going to probably come on. I'll say if Representative Demings doesn't come on, Deanna Smith-Keels is going to jump on and help with questions in the end. It's a little awkward, but this conference has been flowing with all sorts of interesting things.
I bet.
How's life in California?
It's good. I mean, I certainly am not a person, I'm not in a position to complain compared to most people in the world. And nobody in my close family has been sick or lost their job. So, and I think that this whole protest phase, we had a 2.5-hour family Zoom last night on the race issues.
Oh, wow.
With my kids are 25 to 35, 4 of them, and 2 of them are married, so their spouses were on, and it was just great to get a little bit of the generational mix.
Yeah. Well, my sister and her husband are coming in from California on Saturday, so they live in the Bay Area.
Yep.
So we'll have one of those.
My daughter-in-law, she's one of them's a rule breaker, and the other, she used to be a public defender, now she's a criminal defense lawyer. And the other one is a school teacher, and she follows the rules, but she still took her kids to the protests.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
We had some demonstrations out here, but my kids are so small that it's like, we will go to the next ones. Wow, that's a lot of traffic on the site right now. I'm getting an alert. Huh. Interesting. Lauren, I think it might be a anomaly.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's crazy.
Says that concurrently there are 2,420 people in this second. So now it's going up. You always think, oh great, are we under a DDS? Are we under a denial of service attack right now? Oh, what's going on? But the way it's built is that we have, so just to be really clear with everybody, we're on a Zoom right now, and the Zoom is only a portion of what's being streamed. So you're going to see numbers below. Right now it's just us, but when the numbers start to grow, that's a fraction of the overall numbers. But those are the people who can participate in the chat.
And in general, you want roughly 20 minutes of Q&A with the audience?
Yeah, that seems to be good. And they tend to start asking their questions about 30 minutes in, and we keep encouraging them, but.
Okay, great. Okay, so maybe I'll mention questions.
Got it. So did your kids go to Dartmouth?
3 of the 4.
Really?
Yeah.
What years?
9, 15, and 17.
Well, I missed that. My sister was in 06, so she would have overlapped with one. But
I told everybody about this. I'm on the board now, and we had a board meeting a couple days ago, and I shared the link.
oh, that's great. Yeah, I hope more of them. How many people are on the board?
I'm going to say, if you count Phil Hanlon, the president, I think we're something like 15.
Mm-hmm.
There is a little bit of debate about whether we should get bigger. It's like a real working board. It's not a fake board.
Yeah.
It's not an honorary board. Let's put it that way. The only person who is somewhat honorary is the governor of New Hampshire.
Right. Because he doesn't have to go to Dartmouth, right?
And he doesn't come to the meetings. But I think that's just built into the bylaws or whatever, that the governor of New Hampshire is on the board.
Yeah. Oh, it seems like a fantastic board.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Yay, I'm aspiring. We'll see if I can get my ducks, keep my build up my career and contributions to society. So, but I've been so excited to be involved even the last 5 years. So
that's great.
Meeting new people. So yeah, it's been really great.
We have a fabulous board chair, Laurel Ridley.
I thought about inviting her to this to speak, and then I was told that she's incredibly busy, and then I couldn't sort of figure out a good spot. So, but for the next one, definitely.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, she's great.
Yeah. And how long? What is her tenure? Is it 2 years, 3 years? What's the usual?
She has 1 year left, and we've already extended her tenure an extra year.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very, very unusual. And I'm scheming about, can we do this again?
Yeah.
She is just such a positive influence on the dynamics of the board.
Yeah. I was at a dinner with her about the Hopkins Center, and I met her there, but I didn't, didn't get enough time with her. So, so Stephanie, is Senator, she's in the waiting room or having any trouble, or you're on mute.
You're still muted. Yep, there you go.
Oh, I think you're muted.
Maybe muted on the other side.
No, we haven't muted her. Lauren, are you checking into this traffic situation? I'm going to stop looking at it because it's clearly
Yeah, I'm on it. Don't worry. Got it under control.
Great. Good. All right. Well, this is really the home stretch.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. So it was an AirPod issue. I'm checking right now to see, and I wasn't trying to mess with you, Catherine. I'm sorry about that. I thought I was texting Nick, my assistant. So that's why I texted. And then by accident, I wrote nice instead of Nick.
You said that's not very nice. And I was like, well, I don't understand what I did.
I said, oh, I thought you were nice, but I meant to say, I thought you were Nick.
Okay, yeah, no, I figured it out. But thank you. What's a little discombobulating when I got on the call and I was like, what have I done now?
Oh man, too many Zooms.
Figure out what I'm doing wrong with this screen.
Okay. I haven't responded I haven't heard from her. Let me keep checking to see what the status is. Okay. Eileen, isn't Connie Britton on that Dartmouth board?
Yes, she just joined.
Yeah, she was excited about it.
Yeah. That's fun. By the way, you guys didn't call me today, right?
We did. She did. I texted you. Did you not get it?
No.
That's weird.
That is, I know we've always had a disconnect between your phone and mine in a bizarre way.
It wasn't my phone though, but I gave,
I tried, sorry, this is Nick, Eileen. I was with Kirsten when we tried to do the call.
Why don't you exchange your number one more time so we make sure we have the right ones?
And Nick, I turned my phone off so it doesn't ring on my computer during this. So just.
But she's planning on coming on video, right? She has the Zoom link and everything?
Yes.
Great. I know she does. She knows how to Zoom.
She definitely knows how to Zoom.
It's okay. We can just make small talk as everybody files in. Usually most people don't even come in until 2 minutes. And
okay.
The last call, and then we have a DJ. We have a dance party after this. So.
I know, that sounds so fun.
Yeah, we've had some great parties virtually. We had a drag queen dance party the first night with Marty, who's running.
Yes, we love him. We love her.
We love them. Yes. And that was good. Everybody danced. Then last night we had some comedians who were great, but they made fun of my mother, who plays a lot of bridge. So she was not happy about that.
Hi, I'm just jumping on quickly. Allie from Power to Fly. I just want to let you know, Stephanie, that the room's going to open like pretty much right at 5:59 in case you don't want to be on video at that point.
I do not. Yeah,
All
you
right.
can just take me off.
Okay, great.
And then I'll turn off my video. Yeah.
Great. Here. All right. Well, hopefully she joins us in 1 minute or less. And I will be on the lookout. Okay, I see people are starting to file into the room. Excuse me. I just looked at the word news. You're all very familiar with me by now. Catherine Zaleski, co-founder, president of Power to Fly, the queen of housekeeping notes here, and introductions for the main stage speakers. We are waiting on Senator Kirsten Gillibrand to come in, busy day. And so everybody just tell us where you're from, tell us what your favorite what your favorite panel has been so far today, and we'll do a little small talk while she's getting on the line. So I got Suzette from Denver. We have M Zoom from Tennessee, excuse me. Toyette from New York City. We got San Jose in the house, San Francisco. Eileen, our moderator, is in the Bay Area. Where are you in the Bay Area, Eileen?
Portola Valley, near Stanford.
Near Stanford. I can never keep all those towns straight because there's so many, but yet I think it's the whole valley. So someone said Alexandria Brown says she's in the city. Eileen, I'm in the city. We got Atlanta from Chicago. Maureen's favorite panel was ageism. We need a whole half-day session on that. I will say that this conference is making me think about all the mini conferences that we need to have out of all the panels. So we got ageism, we have ableism, and invisible disabilities in the workplace. Shout them out, the other ones that we should have entire days just devoted to. So I'm taking them all. So. Returnism, got some return ships, return to work. Great. Ghostism, interesting. From Michelle King. I would love to hear more about that. Ghostism. Actually, I think I know what ghostism means because it's about people ghosting you for jobs and dating. And we've all been ghosted. It's pretty unpleasant. Let's see. All right, for everybody who's just joining now and wondering why it's me and Eileen, we are waiting on Senator Gillibrand to get on the line, and also Representative Val Demings, who is caught in a hearing, I believe, on a bill. So she's coming in, but this is what happens when you set up panels with very, very, very powerful leaders in the world. So sometimes they're coming. So Shannon loved the unconscious bias in AI. I thought that was great too.
Missed that.
Yeah, that was a good one.
What day was that?
That was today. That was on the that was around artificial intelligence, and it was on the I believe it was on the impact track. So we could do an entire talk on that, an entire day on that. So
yep.
Great.
So the unconscious bias in humans is transferring to machines.
Exactly.
And we have the guise of objectivity because it's in the data.
Yes. She showed some great examples of when you do a search on Google for teenage boys, what you get when you do a search on Google for teenage girls, and how that's just completely baked into the system. So how to switch that all out. All right. We have a couple hundred people now, so we're getting there. The icebreakers, Michelle King says she loved the icebreakers. I thought the icebreakers were fantastic as well. And I think we're going to do those for every event that we have coming up as well. Inclusion tracks. I could have joined all of these tracks. This was the best experience in my work life. Okay, you just made my day. I love the topics, positive vibes, and wealth of information. Okay, awesome. Okay, I also want to remind everybody that we have, because this is the time where I can do all the announcements that I was going to wait to do at the end of this talk, but tomorrow morning we are kicking off our job fair, and if people haven't checked out the job fair yet, we have over 25 brands who will be represented at the job fair. We have Ernst & Young, we have Deloitte, we have Dell, we have Snap, even the United States Geospatial Institute. The list goes on, so you can go check that out. And it's on the virtual career page that you can access through the main summit page. And hiring managers from those companies will be meeting with people throughout the day. So show up. It's all virtual, obviously, but you're going to be meeting with people and going from room to room. So it's similar to the setup here where you can sort of click into different career fair rooms, et cetera. So it'll be very, very exciting. Nick, can you give us a little update on how we're doing with the senator? Are you still trying to track her down right now?
We are helping her get on in just a moment.
Okay, so she is in the room. She's just trying to get on. Okay, everybody hold tight. She's in the room. She's in the room. Okay, great. Oh, great. I get to talk about our sponsor too. So I'm getting texts to fill the air, because clearly I'm not a very good impromptu comedian here or host, but Indeed, thank you very much for being our sponsor for much of this conference, and also for this final talk, for making it all happen. And thank you for that. Now let's see. Oh, someone just said, is it just for women, the career fair? Nope, we welcome everybody. Rachel Valdez says, Catherine, you're the best. Thank you very much, Rachel Valdez. I will invite you to every live chat ever. So everybody, yeah, the career fair is open to all. We did very specifically reach out to people who match some of the skills of the jobs as well, but a lot of the companies are posting all of their roles tomorrow, and that's changing very rapidly. And there are companies on there that are hiring a lot of people right now, because they're cloud services companies. They're cloud-based service companies that are actually growing at this time, because they're, we're living our lives very much in the cloud. So that is that's important to remember. And see if I can answer any other questions here. Thank you, Vanessa. You've chosen the most influential people that I'm so honored to see and hear. I'm so excited. I can cry. This has turned my COVID-19 into better days, and I hope for success in my future. Great. Come tomorrow as well. Everybody wants to know, are the prior sessions recorded so that we can view the ones we missed? Yes. We are going to design a page on Power to Fly where everybody can go and view the videos. I will caution everybody that it's going to take a little while, a couple days probably for some of the keynotes, because Sophia, who's doing all the work, has one computer, and she's down in Argentina, and it takes a while for her to render everything. So that's the short answer. I wish we could do it much faster, but we will get there. And Lucic says, would love to see our speakers orgs represented more tomorrow. Seems like some were not invited. Well, we did invite, we did invite most of the speakers. You're right, we didn't get to invite everybody because we didn't know that everybody had jobs, but we will invite them more in the future as well. And many of our speakers actually came into the conference at the last minute. Into the career fair at the last minute. So we're excited to have them there, and we're definitely going to add more. So thanks for bringing that up. Gosh, this is going very, very quickly. Will you send an email once recordings are ready? Yes, we can send out a blast telling everybody that the recordings are live when the recordings are live. So we will do that. Great, I'm getting like live feedback about this conference right now. This is fantastic. Let's see. Here she is. Okay. Yes, 100. The merch goes to Trans Tech Social, 100% now. And I see a Kay Gillibrand. Now we're getting a video.
Yay!
Oh, yay!
Hello. Hi.
Hi. How are you? Are you in upstate or are you in DC?
I wish I was upstate. No, we had votes today. I'm in Washington.
Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us, because I will say that I know it's tenuous for Representative Demings right now. She's like literally in committee, and I'm getting texts from her team saying like she's going to try to join towards the middle, towards the end. If she doesn't join, Deanna Smith from my team, who's fantastic, is going to come on in the end and ask questions from the audience as well.
Okay.
So let me just kick us off really quickly. Thank you, Senator Gillibrand, for being here, and Eileen for moderating. I'm Senator Gillibrand's #1 fan, and I've had the honor of playing tennis with her as well, where she's completely whooped me on the court. So about this, but she's incredibly athletic, and so she was you were on the squash team, right, in college, so it translates well. But anyway, I'm not going to do the entire introduction. Eileen will. I will say some very quick housekeeping notes. Everybody's audio and video are turned off, but we have a million questions already in the chat, and we're going to leave those probably towards the end. SHRM credits were there for the slide if you saw them. And finally, code of conduct. Anybody breaks the code of conduct, which they haven't for the last 3 days, you're out. No 3 strikes. We're going to boot you. So please keep it as wonderful as it has been for the last 3 days. Without further ado, I'm going to be quiet, and I'm going to hand the mic over to Eileen. Thank you so much.
So first, let me just say congratulations to you and your whole team. This is a ridiculously ambitious undertaking, and you pulled it off. And I feel so pleased to have this chance to have the closing conversation with Kirsten Gillibrand, Senator Gillibrand, and hopefully Congresswoman Val Demings will step in. Super fast on introducing Kirsten. I've known her since 2007 when she was first elected to Congress. And that was a very big deal to me. And here I have to mention the Dartmouth connection between Catherine Zaleski, Kirsten, and myself. Kirsten was the first Dartmouth alumna to be elected to federal office. So it was a big deal. She obviously stepped into Hillary Clinton's seat in the Senate and has been reelected twice resoundingly. She is well known for leading on all kinds of things, champion of women and families, led the reform of justice system for sexual assault survivors in the military and on college campuses, led the effort to repeal Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and many other things. So Val Demings, if she comes in, I will introduce her as well. She's a remarkable person. It's very exciting that she gets to join us. So our job is basically to focus on the political realm and get the view from Capitol Hill. And talk about why it matters to have women or people of color in political office, where that difference shows up in policy, and then turn to the current moment and talk a little bit about how women can help lead us out of this crisis. So just to start, Kirsten, I want to briefly talk about something on a more personal level. There was a session today where we heard Rashma Saujani, founder of Girls Who Code, and she was talking about this concept of recoding girls for bravery rather than perfection. And that theme, I think, is very rich. So I just wanted to ask, what was that first moment where you had that sense of bravery and courage, and you said to yourself, I'm going to run for office?
Right. Well, Reshma's a good friend of mine, and she's a trailblazer and a trendsetter. She's somebody who's not afraid to dare to be different. You know, my interest in politics grew out of my affection for my grandmother. I started out in politics when I was about 10 years old. And I went to my first campaign headquarters with my grandmother, where she introduced me to a room full of women who were stuffing envelopes and had been involved in campaigning for decades. These were women who were very much behind the scenes. Very few women held elective office then, but they knew their values and they knew what they believed in. So they worked really hard to elect candidates that shared those values. And I immediately fell in love with this idea that our voices matter and that what you do with your time matters and that women can make a difference. And so I thought my grandmother was brave. I thought my grandmother had courage. She was a woman who dared to be in rooms where no other women were. She was a woman who dared to believe that women's voices actually did matter and that it was worth her time to organize a generation or two of women to get involved. And I really followed in her footsteps. As a young girl in upstate New York, I participated in a lot of campaigns and I really enjoyed it. And when I went off to college and off to law school, and I really stopped thinking about politics. But my big aha moment as an adult was when Hillary Clinton went to China as our first lady. And if you remember that moment, she stood on a stage in Beijing in 1995, I think. And she said, women's rights are human rights and human rights are women's rights. And I was just a lawyer in New York City at the time, just working hard every day for big clients on big cases. And I thought, my goodness, she is changing the world. I want to be like her. I want to be somebody who is having that conversation on that stage in Beijing with women all around the world about women's rights and why our voices and speaking out can have an impact. And so that's what really made me decide I've got to get involved in politics, because I wish I was there, but I wasn't invited. And I recognized I certainly wasn't invited because I wasn't involved in politics. And so that's what really got me started. So I joined a local women's group called the Women's Leadership Forum, which was an arm of the DNC. And our job was to raise money for presidential candidates. And so I organized Women Under 40, and that's actually how I got to know Reshma. And that cycle, we raised money for the presidential candidate was John Kerry. And we loved it. We had so much fun. We felt so empowered and we felt so engaged. And the more we got involved, the more we wanted to be involved. And I remember Hillary coming to one of our events and she said to our group, decisions are being made every day in Washington. And if you're not part of those decisions and you don't like what they decide, you have no one to blame but yourself. And I thought, oh my goodness, she's telling me I have to run for office and I'm not ready. So I'm standing in the back of the room and I start to sweat and start to have an anxiety attack. But she was really just saying, you know, we have choices to make and we should make them every day to be engaged. And that set me on a path of about 10 years of volunteering for other candidates. And when I finally got up enough courage to decide that I wanted to be a candidate myself, I ran for office in upstate New York in a congressional seat that hadn't been Democrat in 40 years. And I didn't care whether or not I won. I just knew I had something to say and I wanted to raise my voice and talk about what my opponent wasn't doing and what I thought he should be doing. And miracles do happen. I actually won, and it was a 2-to-1 Republican district. And it was a shocker of all shockers. And that's what started my public life.
Wow, that is a great, I knew some of that, but I love the fact that even though you had a grandmother leading you, you heard Hillary Clinton's call, but when you felt like, oh my God, she's talking to me, you still felt nervous and needed to get up that courage, and you did it.
Yeah, it took 10 years though. 10 years from the time she said those words to the time I actually ran for office. But so in response to Reshma's idea, I think the way girls get coded for courage is by having role models and having women they can look up to, women who can be mentors, who can be sponsors, and who can be role models. And so Hillary was a role model for me. I watched her. I saw what she accomplished. I thought, I want to do that same thing. Maybe I could do that someday. And it really mattered to me because I had that role model. So if we continue to sponsor and mentor other young women to dare to be everything you are and more, you can do that. And they will do it. And then they'll charter their own path and they'll find their own way. And they'll continue to change the rules as they go. So being a good mentor and being a good sponsor can be how young women can recode themselves to know there's nothing I can't do. Of course I can do that.
Okay, I'm just right there. I was going to save this, but before we get into the hard stuff, tell us about Off the Sidelines, because you obviously been a mentor, a role model, but you have really invested energy in getting other women into elected office.
So Off the Sidelines, I created it about 8 years ago, and it was the first year that the percentage of women in Congress actually went down. And I thought, my goodness, we are going in the wrong direction. And so I wanted to create a call to action to America's women to run for office. If they weren't willing to run, to help a woman who is running, to become an advocate, to become a voter, and to just get engaged in the process. And over the last 8 years, we've raised almost $10 million and about $1.2 million for women of color. And we are really committed to changing who has a seat at the table, because the truth is we still only have 25% of women in Congress, and it's not nearly enough. We need more, and we need women to know that they can set the stage and the agenda for this country. And having diverse women is really necessary, because every one of us lives a life that's different than each other. And those life experiences are what informs us. And so if you have diverse women at the table, not only do you have the perspective of gender, but you have the perspective of race or a different religion or a different socioeconomic background. Those perspectives matter. It informs why you fight for certain things, how hard you fight for certain things, whether you give up or don't give up on certain things. And one of the best things that happened in 2018 is we elected 100 women, and off the sidelines helped 90 of them. And it included the first two women, Native Americans, the first Muslim American, several women of color from different backgrounds. It really mattered. And it's changed the nature of Congress because of it.
Okay, so right there on this idea that having women and people of color in the mix of politics brings a different perspectives to the table, different priorities, different things that people will not give up on. So tell us a little bit on a more concrete level, in your experience, what does that difference look like in actual policy? Having women proposing bills, et cetera. What are the areas where it really shows up? And even at this particular moment, where do you see women leading in terms of proposing solutions to the current crisis?
Well, I'll give you a recent example and an example from when I first got elected. So when I first got elected, we just nominated a bunch of new young congresswomen to the Armed Services Committee. And I was on that committee with Gabby Giffords. And we were both the only two women who got elected that cycle, new members of Congress from red districts. And we talked about military readiness in a hearing setting. And a lot of our male colleagues wanted to talk about how many ships we were going to build, how many aircraft we were going to build, what kind of weapons we were going to use. But Gabby and I wanted to talk about military readiness from the personnel perspective, because we'd heard from our bases that the domestic violence rate was rising, the suicide rate was rising, divorce rate was rising. And so we asked about mental health, and were members of the military getting the mental health and the support that they needed? Were they getting enough dwell time at home? What was causing these numbers to rise? And together, the combination of both conversations was, what is military readiness? Are the personnel ready, and is the equipment ready? And without either piece, you wouldn't have had a complete conversation. Fast forward to today, Cory Booker and Kamala Harris just wrote the most transformative reform bill for criminal justice. And I can tell you, being people of color and having lived through discrimination, I've heard Cory tell stories about what it's like to be a Black man in America today, and how he's been treated so poorly, and when he's been disregarded and insulted because of the color of his skin, regardless of his job and regardless of his stature. And it's shocking. And I think a number of other senators, when they heard Cory share his personal stories, were pretty shocked that he'd been treated that way, even in Congress. And so the bill that they put forward is so good and so thoughtful. I think it'd be very hard for certainly no Democrat is going to be against that bill. And I think the authority they have can bring Republicans to bear too, because they've lived it. They have an experience of what discrimination has meant in their own lives. They've seen it, they've witnessed it, and they've felt it. And that ability to speak as passionately and as clearly and with such authority is necessary. And they will be able to change people's minds on this moment we're in of ending police violence and guaranteeing rights for all citizens, and for Black Americans and Black men, to make sure that we have body cameras, we have training, we have data, we hold police accountable, we allow survivors of police brutality to sue the perpetrators. These are things that matter. And these are things that we are now fighting for, because we have such clarity out of two members of the Senate. But I can tell you, every time you have a different perspective at the table, it changes things. having Tammy Baldwin as the first openly gay woman in Congress, in the Senate, excuse me, it was relevant. It's absolutely relevant. And it's very hard to discriminate against a class of people when a member of that class looks you right in the eye and says, what are you doing? Why do you think I should have less rights than you? It's really hard to walk past that and to ignore that. So having everyone represented at the table does make a difference. And we still have a very long way to go, but it's something I'm 100% dedicated to and off the sidelines.
Wow. So again, these are not abstract issues. They are very real, and it comes into the fore very concretely. And all the case with you and Gabby Giffords, Corey and Kamala, and then the Tammy Baldwin case. I mean, high impact in terms of the actual policies being proposed.
Definitely.
So I want to talk about the highest level of politics in this country. So we all watched as Hillary Clinton did succeed to become the first woman in American history to be named by a major party as their nominee for president of the United States. But we also watched gender play out in that general election in ways that I think none of us could have ever anticipated, especially against Hillary. So I want you to talk about that, but you also took the leap this past year and decided to run for president. So that's, a number of years later, 3 years later, 3.5 years later. What was your experience like running for president, and to what extent did gender come into play, or were there other issues?
Well, it was an absolute joy for me to even aspire to the highest office. I felt very excited and inspired by the people I met along the way. Running for president is about putting out a vision for America, about what you believe in, what you think needs to change, what you would do. And I enjoyed that tremendously because, New York is a very diverse state. We have pretty much every problem that the rest of the country has. And what I learned in my campaign is that there's far more that binds us than divides us around this country. I could be in New Hampshire or Iowa or Michigan and still be talking about the same problem of PFOA and PFAS in our drinking water and how it has to be cleaned up because families are frightened because they don't know how much is too much and whether their child is going to have cancer. You can go to places like Ohio and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and have the same concern in community after community that there's not enough job training, that the public school education is terrible, and access to healthcare should be a human right because it's the difference between surviving an illness and not. And so you really learn that there is a humanity that binds us in the whole country. And that really solidified for me the importance of advocacy. That as a New York senator, I can lift up these issues on behalf of my constituents and know that it will have an impact on people all across the country, and that these battles are worth fighting for, and they are worth finding common ground with Republicans across the aisle, because you do need that to get something done. And so I feel that much more dedicated to my Senate job. I feel that much more empowered to know that finding solutions to these problems will help many more people. Not just the folks from your state that ask you to help. And so it was a learning experience for me. It was a humbling experience for me. And I think I'm a much better public servant because I did it, and much more prepared to win some of the battles that we do need to win this year and going forward to heal wounds in this country, but also to fix problems.
Great. All right, so let's turn even more directly to the current crisis period, where the systemic racism and inequality running throughout our country is so visible, so painfully visible in many areas, whether it's COVID-19 related deaths, incarceration rates, poverty rates, and all these episodes of police brutality and even murder of Black men. I guess I want to ask you, let's go right to George Floyd's death. And what that did, it feels like that one episode may have tipped us over an important edge, where that his murder triggered massive demonstrations like we have never seen. I've never seen in my lifetime. And there was the scale of the protests, the diversity of the crowds, all 50 states involved. It's something like up to 75% of Americans, which you never hear, actually support the protests. So question to you is, do you feel like white America is waking up to the issue of racial injustice, and that this might really be a moment of real change that's sustainable? How optimistic are you about that?
I think it's having a profound impact. I think the fact that the country is marching and protesting and not letting up is transformative. The death of George Floyd was crushing. To watch and witness another Black man beg for breath for over 8 minutes and be denied that breath is outrageous. It's something that you cannot look at and not be just enraged. And that's where we are. And it's important that white America understand that this has been a problem for a very long time, since before this country was even a country, and that institutional racism and systemic racism is alive and well in every aspect of society, whether you're looking at the healthcare system and the maternal mortality rate of Black women being 4 times higher than white women, 12 times higher in New York City. The fact that student debt, that Black women hold more student debt than any other group of people, not only because they take more debt out because they come from lower income communities or families, but then they get paid less, so it takes them longer to pay it back. The fact that in jobs and the economy, it's much harder to get access to lending as a person of color, that you will not have the same access to early stage capital. The fact that we have a disproportionate impact in the economy on not having resources because you get paid less, because there's not equal pay for equal work among women or women of color. And so there's so many challenges that must be overcome, but what we have to do is offer real solutions to go at every problem. So what I've been working on, and what I certainly was working on before this moment as a member of the Senate and also as a presidential candidate, is how do you deal with the wealth gap? How do you affect the change that's needed in the fact that white and Black America continue to diverge on wealth? One is a simple idea of postal banking, to make sure that the 30% of Americans who are unbanked or underbanked can get access to a bank account, so they can have a checking, savings, microloans, mortgages, wire money without having to be beholden to predatory lenders and predatory practices. Study reparations. I think the bill we have in the House is really strong, and we should figure out what's the best solution here. Do we need baby bonds? Do we need other ways of creating fairness back into our system that doesn't exist? That's important. Whether we need to look at how we reform the SBA, the Small Business Administration, I think should be used exclusively for women and people of color to help their small businesses grow, specifically with grants and different directed investments. And then you add everything in the criminal justice system that we're working on right now, as well as getting rid of cash bail, and then working on other things like legalizing marijuana and dealing with criminal justice issues there. So the list of issues is so long. You just need a Congress that cares, and they have to get to work and just do each thing by each thing. And then there's macro things like national paid leave or universal sick days that will overwhelmingly help women and women of color, because they're so disproportionately harmed by the employers that don't offer sick days or paid leave. And so some of the macro solutions actually can disproportionately help women and people of color, because they're the ones who are disproportionately harmed by the absence of it. So those are things I work on too. But it's important. And this is the moment where every person should be all hands on deck. We do need to flip the Senate. We need to hold the House, and we need to defeat Trump. And if all of us work night and day on those things, we will then have a governing coalition of people who actually want to begin to change things. And if we can have more women of color, more people of color running and taking these positions of authority, then they will have not only a place at the table, but they will have an even larger bully pulpit from which to speak out and demand change.
There's one other piece of this current moment that's really heating up, the movement going around about hashtag defund the police, which is a really challenging issue, especially cross-generationally, that whole idea. So how do you think we should all be thinking about optimal ways to allocate funding so that communities are better served and we can avoid some of the recurring problems between police and communities, the communities they're supposed to be serving?
Well, so one of the problems is, and one of the most important sentiments behind that hashtag is that we spend far too much money locking Black men up, far too much money on our prison system, and far too much money on our policing system. Whereas if we decided to invest more in early childhood education or affordable high quality daycare, or invest in more job training and job opportunities, invest in,
which is what, you know, the mental health point comes up again.
Investing in the opportunity and the potential of the next generation of Black children, as opposed to building more prisons because you want to lock them up. And that is, I think, the entire crux of the issue, that we have to hold police accountable and stop spending so much money incarcerating Black people. So I think we need to change our priorities and what we fund and how we fund it. And then with our police forces, do the reforms that Corey and Kamala are calling for: mandatory police cameras, mandatory training, mandatory data retention, having the ability to sue a police officer who uses excessive force. All of those changes will make a difference and should be implemented.
Great. So I know we're going to be turning to the audience very soon, and I see a bunch of questions that are great coming in. Especially Rachel, we'll definitely get to yours. But I want to, given that this whole conference is largely around hiring more women and people of color, I want to talk about the private sector role for a minute. Up until this moment, it seems like most companies have been reluctant to talk about racism or to even get involved politically, or seem too political. Now many are talking and being more vocal about the Black Lives Matter movement and their own commitment and concrete steps that they're committing to fight racial injustice. So how important is that private sector role compared to a government role? What should the private sector be doing here?
I think both are essential. I think the private sector, smart companies already recognize that diversity makes them more effective and helps the bottom line. So those companies have really tried to hire diverse employees, but also, and more importantly, find diverse leadership. We want to see corporate boards have at least 30% female members. We want 30% people of color. I mean, those are just small steps in the right direction, but it matters, because if you don't have diverse leadership at the top, you won't necessarily have the recognition that you need diversity throughout the whole company. You need to have that value statement on who's running your company. So I think the private sector is very important, and the government can provide incentives or provide requirements about what your C-suite and what your hiring looks like. I certainly think we need to have a law that guarantees equal pay for equal work. And if you require some level of transparency, of disclosure, then you can get there faster. So it's the combination of a good CEO plus requirements of transparency will allow people to see whether this company actually cares or not to have a diverse workforce or diverse leadership, and whether they pay people equally.
Mm-hmm. Very basic.
And then follow that up with family-friendly policies that allow women and families to thrive, like paid leave and universal sick days and other types of support.
Okay, so one more question about millions of people are out there protesting, but many of them are not registered to vote, or even if they are registered, they don't vote. So what can we do to convince people, especially young people, that they're out there protesting? How do we convince them if they want to see real change, they need to get into the voting booth? They need to go register, they need to get their friends to register, and they need to show up, that it really does matter who's sitting in those seats on Capitol Hill.
I think it's just letting them know how important their voice is. And a lot of these protests actually have voter registration at the protests, which I think is brilliant. And so just encouraging each other. And to the extent anyone on this call knows anyone who's not registered to vote, it's incumbent upon us to make sure our friends vote, make sure they know how important their voice and their vote is. Take time to go through candidates with them and why it matters. And, you know, in the same way my grandmother inspired me, you know, my mother made sure I had my ballot when I was away at school. I still had my ballot. She was very much determined to make sure I became a voter. And that's what each of us can do for younger people in our lives, along with our peers, take it upon ourselves to make sure everyone we know and love votes, and then really support organizations that support voting rights. Certainly, Stacey Abrams' organization, Fair Fight, is very much at the forefront of ending voter suppression, and supporting her organization is a smart investment. But making sure, to the extent you know college kids, that they all register to vote on their campuses, and that they realize that they're part of the solution.
That's great. Before we're basically at the time when we're going to turn to the audience and their questions, but I feel like taking the opportunity, if you had a call to action to this audience, and if they want to be part of the solution, what would you recommend? What would you prioritize if they want to be involved in changing the situation in terms of race and gender inequality in America?
So I usually recommend to young people or people who are just getting involved to decide what your issue is. What is the one thing you care the most about? So is it Black Lives Matter? Is it ending police brutality? Is it women's reproductive freedom? Is it clean air, clean water? Is it LGBTQ equality? Whatever your issue is, then once you decide what has the greatest passion for you, then join organizations that fight for your cause. So Black Lives Matter, send them money, join their organizing committees, participate. If it's women's reproductive rights, you join NARAL or Planned Parenthood. If it's clean air, clean water, you join the League of Conservation Voters. It doesn't matter. You'll find your way, because you're all facile with the internet. So you'll find out which organizations are at the forefront of your issue, but join them, become part of a group of people that will fight for that cause. Having the camaraderie of people around you who care about the same things you care about is very inspiring, and it will encourage you when you feel discouraged, and it will give you a direction when you're not sure what to do next. And so I loved being part of the Women's Leadership Forum when I was a young woman, just finding my way in politics. And the women who were part of that group, who were there for decades before me, they showed me the ropes. They told me what to do and how to do it, how to raise money, how to raise awareness, how to campaign for somebody. And so I find joining a group to be the first step, and then using all the skills you have. If you're a great public speaker, do speeches. If you're good at writing, find a candidate who needs a speechwriter. You can write them their speeches. If you're good at organizing, make sure you sign up for Indivisible and help them organize, or any other organizing group. If you're good online, amplify the message of people that you agree with, retweet, repost, create memes, all that matters. And so the thing that makes you happiest is the thing you should do. And the issue that you have the most passion for is the issue you should fight for. And so all of us, we do our own thing, and we do what makes us thrive and what makes us feel like we're making a difference.
That's great. I see a question up on the screen for the audience that you can weigh in on, related to voting and whether your company gives you paid time off on election day, and whether you think voting should be obligatory in the United States. We're doing a little poll here. So I think it's time. Is it Brianna? We're going to go to the
Deanna's
Deanna?
another panel. So Deanna is going to ask the question. She's in Atlanta. She just had her 5th baby too, so we might hear the baby in the background.
Great.
You're on mute, Deanna.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was like 7 weeks old. So far, so good. So we'll see what we can do with this. But thank you so much for your time. This conversation has been wonderful. And you actually answered a couple questions that I had already, but we do have some questions from the audience. And one of the first questions we have is, how do we move from protest to policy?
So that's what the elections are about. Protest is really important because it lets the world, your leaders, your community know how strongly you feel and how hard you are willing to fight. We can continue protests forever, but the one thing we should be doing between now and November is organizing and voting. And so taking that energy and that absolute commitment to the cause, find candidates who will carry your voice, who will listen to you, who believe in you, and who want to do the thing you want done. And, again, seek out groups that put your causes first, and then vote for those candidates, fundraise for those candidates, virtually knock on doors, since we're not knocking on doors during COVID. So make phone calls for those candidates and elect a Democratic majority in the House and Senate that will actually do the things you want done. And when a candidate doesn't do what you ask them to do and you help them, you elect somebody else and you kick them out. So that's the key, like hold your candidates accountable to the things they promised you they would do.
Absolutely, thank you. Here, another great question. So what are the main things that we can do other than voting and donating time and money? What are other things that we can do to help women and underrepresented minorities get elected?
So I would suggest supporting groups that recruit, train, and promote women candidates. We have in New York a group called Higher Heights, which is organized to elect women of color to Congress. I work in conjunction with them, and we help the same candidates together. You can join Off the Sidelines, which is my political action committee that's committed to getting to 51% women in the House and Senate by promoting female candidates and female candidates of color. You can help groups like Emily's List, which is pro-choice Democratic women candidates, or local groups like Emily's List in your state. So in Texas, they have Annie's List, which creates state candidates, local candidates. In New York State, we have the Eleanor Roosevelt Legacy. We do the same thing in New York under that group. And so each state will have their own local advocacy group for women to do on the state level. And then help choice organizations like Planned Parenthood and NARAL, because they're some of our best advocacy organizations in the country. So I suggest you join a group, you help one of these groups that are electing women, you find individual candidates to help, and you go from there.
Awesome. Thank you. Our next question. So researcher after researcher talks about policy coming first and then rhetoric coming later to justify the policy. The current makeup of the Senate makes it impossible to change policy meaningfully. And the current crisis around voting access for many communities of colors and gerrymandering makes it quite difficult to win back seats. What do we do about all of that, which is a lot? What do we do about all of that? And how do we get Dems to focus on voting access?
Yeah, so the good news is, couple of things. I'm an author of legislation that I wrote with John Lewis that has the dozen reforms that are needed to protect people's voting rights. We have not been given a vote on those ideas in the Senate because of Mitch McConnell. So let's get rid of Mitch McConnell. Let's elect Amy McGrath to his seat personally, and let's flip the US Senate so Mitch is no longer in the decision-making role. We have the legislation written. John Lewis is a civil rights icon. He wrote it with me. So we have the bills ready. It's already passed the House. We just need a Democratic-led Senate to actually get those reforms done. Help Fair Fight, which is Stacey Abrams' group, which goes through filing lawsuits and organizing in states like Georgia and across the country when Republican conservative legislators are actively trying to undermine people's voting rights, to push back harsh laws that require IDs and certain things that are very hard for older Americans that disproportionately harm communities of color. So she's going right at those injustices directly, state by state, with lawsuits and organizing in those states. Help local candidates. Getting a state legislature to no longer be a supermajority Republican is helpful. You need to move it back to the middle and try to get Democratic majorities. And so it's about organizing, and it's about supporting organizations that are doing the hard work like Fair Fight.
Absolutely. Okay. And what's your opinion on obligatory voting? Some countries have this in place and have a very high turnout.
I need to think about that. It sounds good to me, but again, in the United States, we don't make people do anything really. But you could make it easier to vote. So I would support making Election Day a day off. I would support early voting in all 50 states. I would support vote by mail in all 50 states. I'd support curbside voting in all 50 states. Those kinds of changes, making it easier to access the ballot, I think would be a great start. And then really use our voice to tell people how important their votes are so that more people want to vote and know that their vote won't be wasted or won't be somehow changed. Some of the tactics they used in Georgia were unbelievable. I just read Stacey's book, and they were telling people that their vote didn't count. Their votes were being changed. They were like voting on a voting machine in one state where they'd push in, no, it was in Georgia, they'd push in Stacey Abrams and it would change to Kemp, and they push in Stacey Abrams and it would change to Kemp. 3 times voters watched their vote get changed before they finally registered what they were trying to say. So the reality is there's a lot of dirty deeds in states all across the country. So I guess my first step would be make it easier to vote by election day off and allow early voting and vote by mail in all states.
Very good. All right, thank you. We have, this question is from Tammy. Tammy says, I live in a blue state and my reps have the same views as I do. It feels that changing federal government will only happen if red states change. How do I affect change at a federal level? I'm grappling with the ethics of donating to Senate races in other states. Curious on your insight here.
Oh, you should definitely donate to Senate races in other states. It's a way you can project your values. Until we have publicly funded elections, which I am fighting for because it would be so much better if we had publicly funded elections, there's no reason why you can't send $5 to every Senate candidate that you share values with, particularly those who are willing to run against conservative red senators senators in red states that really need to be taken out. People like Mitch McConnell and John Cornyn. We've got Amy McGrath and MJ Hager. You've got Teresa Greenfield running in Iowa. You've got Mark Kelly running in Arizona. You've got Cal Cunningham running in North Carolina. You've got Jamie Harrison running in South Carolina. So you've got great candidates in lots of red and purple places that we can invest our dollars to try to flip. And it's great to be helping a candidate in a different state because you feel like you have a relationship with some other public servant, and it allows you to know that there's people carrying your values all across the country. So if you have resources, definitely invest them everywhere. And if you don't have resources, use your voice. So you can make phone calls for somebody like Jamie Harrison. If you want to just literally call his campaign and say, I want you to win. I want you to beat Lindsey Graham in South Carolina. So can I make phone calls for you? And he will say yes. He will say, yes, please. So you can really help anyone, anywhere, if it's a candidate that shares your values and somebody you really like.
Absolutely. All right. We have a question from Don. Don says, does the Electoral College have a role in present day United States?
Sadly, yes. I think we should abolish it. I think it would be smarter to have one person, one vote. I think it's an arcane system that was put in place a long time ago when it was more relevant. Today, it's just, unfortunately, disproportionately giving voice to small states, rural states, and red states.
Yeah. All right, so we have a question from this. Actually, this question is in reference to childcare, and wondering what you're doing in the Senate to help communities that are most affected, who need to go back to work, but who have childcare needs.
So I fight for affordable daycare. I think it should be certainly a business deduction. So if you're working, you can take a tax deduction because you need your child at daycare if you're going to be at work. So it should be much more affordable through tax credits and tax deductions. I think we should have mandatory universal pre-K. So that's a whole year where our public school system would actually provide that year of care. And I really think we should give more support to businesses that offer on-site daycare as a way to allow parents to thrive while they're at work when they have a young child. So there's a lot of things we should do for affordable daycare because it's unaffordable in most states right now, and there's not enough daycare slots for the number of parents who desperately need daycare to be able to go to work.
So we actually had Jessica mention, and this may be a Catherine question, but she wanted to know if we could post the list of the candidates that you just mentioned that we can donate to, because she wasn't able to write them down fast enough.
Okay.
I put Off the Sidelines in there in the link.
Yeah, we'll send a link to offthesidelines.org, and you can go on and it lists all the candidates, and there's descriptions about who they are, what they're running for, why we think they can win.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for answering the questions. Your talk has been wonderful. Thank you for your leadership. And I've seen a lot of people in here saying, please, please, please run for president again. We have the opportunity. So again, thank you.
Joe win. Joe will win.
Don't go yet. We're going to have Eileen wrap up. So
okay, awesome.
Thank you, Deanna.
So I just want to say, wow, I've seen you speak so many times, but I love seeing the joy you still have and the passion you have for politics. That's really fun to see, and it really comes through. You made an incredibly strong case about what's at stake on a policy level and what's different about having women in the room and people of color in the room. But also you gave advice to young people to how to get involved. Go figure out what your passion is. Because if you don't do that, you're not really compelling. The way you're compelling, it's because you have that energy, and it really comes through. But the last big thing here for everybody is we can all say we only do pure things. We only do the protest. We only do things that aren't seem dirty. Politics gets a really dirty name. Well, there is so much at stake. And at the end of the day, elections have outcomes. None of this will happen if people don't go out to vote. None of it will happen if we don't have a free and fair election, if people are suppressed in their voting. So that's there for everybody, and embrace that responsibility, because none of it happens without that. So I'm so appreciative of you really making that case.
Well, thank you so much, Eileen. It's been a pleasure to see you. Thank you, Catherine, for hosting this amazing opportunity. Deanna, thank you for your excellent questions, and good luck with your baby. And to all our participants, this has been a delight and a joy. And my only advice is don't give up. Just do not give up. Everything we care about is on the line. And we have the ability to change the course of history. So keep protesting, keep speaking out, make sure you organize, and make sure you vote.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Thanks.
Now go dance.
Yes. So for everybody who's sticking around, we're going to have a dance party. We have a fantastic DJ, Amore Carida, who is going to start the tunes at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, if I can do math. And this is the last day of talks for the conference, but it is the day before our huge career fair. So everybody, hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow morning. And even if you aren't looking for a role, you can show up and walk through the booths and just meet with hiring managers and engage people. So see you on the next stream for some dancing, and thank you for making this such a success. Okay, bye-bye, everybody.